Pam param pam pam. Are you sure you want to keep it completely confidential? I mean, maybe. Maybe. I'm back, boys. I'm back. I'm back. I just need to post all the stuff on our websites. Like here. Pum 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 pum. Tum 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 tum. Wait a second, huh? I'm doing this. Posting on Facebook. Posting on Twitter. Posting on our calendar. Yesterday I didn't put it in the calendar. That's strange. What? What happened? Yesterday I was streaming. Why I didn't put it in the calendar? Strange. I put it now. Okay, I think I'm ready. Are you ready? I think I'm ready. I need to click here. Boom. Hello, boys. Hello. Hi. I was playing Diablo Resurrected, and yeah, I think it's a good game. It's very nice. They made it I mean, they updated it a lot, but it still feels like the old game, so I'm very happy about that. And yes, we are back. I just need to do few things, but very little. It will be very quick. It will be very quick. I will just delete the previous VOD because it's not really useful to anyone. And I will do the same on Twitch. Okay, we did it, boys. Okay, so today, yes, we have all the music and sounds to do, but I think that would be a bit annoying, you know, for you to watch. So I think I'm gonna do something different, even if I really need to do that. Okay, so we really need to finish the ambient and sounds, to put all the music in the game and to put all the sounds in the right spots, like for example here, and so yeah, and we will put maybe some in the tavern. I don't know, we will see. For now we will follow only the ones that are in the current, I mean in the old game, and just replicate them, and then when we have them in place we will start to put new ones. Okay, but there is something I think I can do maybe later on, or off stream, one of the two. What I wanted to do today is polymorph, right? Or morphing. So in game we have a command which is actually called morph. Do I have my Visual Studio up? No, I don't. By the way, someone was asking to test the old game. I mean, not the old game, the new game. So I think we can start it. So I will start the server of PS Unreal if any one of you wants to test, and I will tell this guy, hi, the server is going up now. Takes about 3-4 minutes. Okay. Welcome back to everyone that joined back, and welcome to the new ones. So polymorph, yes, polymorph. Now we have a command in game which is used to transform yourself into another race, and actually that command is very useful for a number of reasons. First of all, for testing, but second of all, for events. Because when we run events, a game master maybe may impersonate a specific character, and so the easiest for him is to just change his appearance to that character, right? Or to that race. And it is the morph command. You can morph list, where it's basically telling you the list of all the races that are available, and you can target yourself or someone else. You can reset your flags, right? So in this case, you will be back to the normal form. And just give me 1 second quick. 1 second quick. Okay. Yeah, sorry, just had to switch to another scene. Okay, now the scene is fucked up. Okay, I understand why. Reset, is there a reset? Reset the transform. Okay, boom. Okay, I think it's good. Also, I think we removed a bunch of stuff when we were playing. When we were playing Diablo. So let me try to bring that back. This. 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 Okay, I think we have everything, right? Yeah, I think we have everything. We are back to the normal way. Back to the normal, my friends. Back to normal. Okay, so yeah, the question is, how do we do this? Because how do we do this in Unreal? So how do we transform a character into another character? Now, there are two functions that I wanted to use and that I have listed exactly here. Let me send it to Paint. Right? Yeah, it's a bit small, but one is basically set skeletal mesh. Set skeletal mesh, which allow us to change the core mesh, the main mesh. And the other one is set animation, is set animation instance, right? Which is changing the animation instance. So in our case will be an animation blueprint. So basically these two nodes are doing the same of if I take any of our characters, if I take any of our characters, right? So those two nodes are basically the same as switching this mesh and switching this animation class, right? Now the problem is that I'm not sure that that will work with so I think probably the best for us is to do a test in another I think definitely will take too much to do it inside PlaneShift as usual, so we need to do it in a separate project. Okay, so we need to take a separate project. If we want, we can retarget with scale, characters, PS template, animations. I think we need it because we need at least one or two of our characters, right? I'm checking if you already have third-person mounts. Maybe the third-person mounts can be okay. I think we can do it inside this project. I think. Pam pa pam pa pam pam pa pam pa pam pam pa pam pa pam pam. Are you guys still there, or you disappeared? I think you disappeared. I think you disappeared. Okay, so this was the template that I used for mounts, but we don't really care about it anymore, right? So we don't care. Clop is cloppeting also if I'm not. Okay, but I think this one is okay. We can use this template. And what I can do, I think the best would be maybe to swap to export two characters. I just don't know how much. The problem is that this one will not have all the C++. No, we cannot do it then. We cannot do it. Fuck. Because if I export now, you know, if I say migrate, how can he do it? There are all the C++ classes. Yeah, I will basically bring the whole project into this. I think we can test it just with dummy items then. That's a bit of a pity though, because I wanted to have one character using do I have any other character? No, I don't have any other character. I'm thinking what is the easiest way, but I don't see an easy way. Because I will basically need a different character with a different animation blueprint and different skeletal mesh to test. The point is, will we swap into the current? Yeah, we will swap into the current. Hello, Electra. Welcome back. Will we swap into the current character? I think so. Okay, let me see if we have any key that is not associated. For example, F. F seems to be a good key. So we go here and we associate it, right? And we associate it to something. To hello, client 1. Why saying client 1? Are we playing in yes, we are playing in client mode, but it's not needed at the moment. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to take our character, and I think I can just do a get mesh. The only problem is that I would like to modify this character to have multiple meshes, because that's the problem that we have with plane shift, right? It's not one mesh, it's multiple meshes. I mean, it's multiple skeletal meshes. I don't know if we have any skeletal mesh that we can actually... There is a default skeletal mesh. Okay, which is this thing. Which may be enough, though. Which might be enough. Okay. Might be enough for what we want to do. Because that's another piece, you know, this is another skeletal mesh that we want to swap. So basically, what I want to do... default skeletal mesh. I think we need to do it in C++ though, because I will have to load the static object. I mean, I will have to do the same as I do when I'm loading the actual character. Mesh up of the meshes. What? What? In the LS demo level, they swap skeletal meshes. Yes. Yeah, but I think the swapping is kind of easy. The problem is, how do we do our multi thingy, you know? Because our character is made of multiple pieces. The torso, the arms, the hands, you know, the head, and all of that. So for example, here I place 2 pieces, right? These are these two pieces. The question is, the question is yeah, I can take skeletal mesh like this, so I'm basically accessing this guy. Okay, so this is good. So this is an actual skeletal mesh. And if I do let's call it new skeletal mesh, right? Okay. So if I set this guy to this guy, and so I have the reference here, and then what I do, I take my mesh, get skeletal mesh, now for us in plane shift it will be a bit harder than this, because obviously we will not have that loaded yet, so we will have to reload it. But I think it's okay, just as a test. This is just the first test to understand what we need to do. No, wait. So if I do set skeletal mesh, set skeletal mesh, what? Target self, no. Target, no. What do you mean? Skeletal mesh. Ah, you need to start. Okay, sorry. You need to start from the mesh. Okay, I understand. Okay, I understand. So mesh. Wait. Can I call them differently because I'm getting super confused? So this one is torso. I want to rename it. Can I rename it? Can I rename this thing? Mesh. No, I cannot rename the mesh. Holy fuck. Okay. This will be legs, okay? Mesh, I cannot rename it for whatever reason. Probably because it's the base and it's not possible. Okay. Fine. So we take the mesh of the legs and we save it in the new skeletal mesh. Yes. Then we take, then we set on the legs the mesh. We set on the legs the mesh get skeletal mesh. Okay. And then we set on the mesh sorry, we set on the mesh. No, we set on the legs, we said. Why this thing is attached there? Okay, we set on the legs the one of the main mesh. Okay, good. We set on the legs the one of the main mesh, and now we set on the main mesh the one that we saved, right? Okay. I mean, basically, I'm just swapping them, okay? I'm just swapping the two and see what happens. Now, the problem will be the animation blueprint. Exactly. Ah, by the way, we don't see the swap because they are... I think it did the swap. It did the swap. The problem is that... he invalidated the animation blueprint, right? Invalidated the animation blueprint. So what we will have to do, we will have, at least on this mesh, which is the one... No, at least on this one, which is the one on the legs, right? Which now is getting swapped with ours. We will have to set the animation instance. Right? Set animation instance. No. What was the thing? Wait. Set anim instance class. Yes, set anim instance class because it's going by class. Okay. Set anim. No, it's not on this one. It's on this one. Set anim instance class. And the problem will be that set anim instance class, what is doing is setting this. No, it's setting this. So this will be third person. So we need to find the third person animation BP. And then we also need to set the animation mode though, because maybe it's been reset. Set animation mode. Yes, and I need to set it to use animation blueprint. I don't know if that has been reset, but potentially yes. Right? Okay. Now visibly is the same, but at the moment we swap the two meshes. So the main mesh went into the second position, and the second mesh went to the first position. Right? So I think it's kind of working. The problem is... give me a second, boys. I need to go to the bathroom 1 second. Because actually, I said I would go, but I didn't go while I was between the two streams. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So what is the point? The point is, maybe I was thinking maybe we can use maybe we can use a skeletal mesh. Well, actually, I can use the Rivnak. Why not? We have the Rivnak in this sample, right? Yes, we have the Rivnak. Why not use him? So, which is a good test anyway. Okay. Now the problem will be The problem will be, how do I load a skeletal mesh which is actually not loaded yet? Because this thing worked, but it's a bit of a trick, obviously. I just swapped two things that were already loaded, right? So I think what I need to do, I need to do the same of I know, but spawn actor, because spawn actor is no, it's not doing. You said ALS is doing the switch. ALS is doing the switch. Do you think it's doing the switch? I don't think it's doing the switch. How do you switch in ALS the mesh? You said it is switching in ALS? They swap. Are you sure of that? I mean, they have different characters loaded with different meshes, yes. But I don't think they are swapping the main character somehow. No, but because the point will be for us to... I mean, it's not that hard. It's just like a BP util, you know. It's like these utils which are actually loading stuff. Like this one. We already have it, by the way. Get skeletal mesh by path. So this one is returning a skeletal mesh given a specific giving a specific path, right? And it's just using this static load object. I don't know if there is a corresponding method of in Blueprint they can do this. I mean, if there is a load object, no. Because basically what I will have to do, I will have to load by path, exactly like we are doing here. Right? And then returning the skeletal mesh. And then associating it like I did. So the association is... there is another problem though, that the... There is another problem. Maybe I can do it programmatically though. The other problem is that our characters in the constructor, which I don't know exactly where is it. Here. Yeah, you see in the constructor, we basically set... So this will have to be done for the new skeletal mesh, because the new skeletal mesh will not have it. And also all of this, set mesh head, set mesh legs, it will have to be executed. So or we move this piece into a function, and then we call that function from the other place. Or... Hello, Mari. Hola. I don't hablo español, but... I can understand a bit. Hello, friends. Hi. Welcome. We are trying to reason on what we need to do to properly morph a character into another character, right? We are trying to think about that. And what I'm thinking is that there are multiple parts of this problem. And I'm trying to see if I can do it in a separate project, but actually I think I have too much in our main project to be able to move it here. I mean, the basic swap is working. I mean, this proves that the basic swap is actually working. So you can swap the skeletal mesh, and then setting the animation mode and setting the animation instance class is actually doing what we want, right? Which I think is great. I think the point is we need to load the new skeletal mesh. Hello Edu. Hi. What I'm working on, we are working on an MMO that we released many years ago. And the MMO is called Plane Shift, which is this guy. You have the web page at planeshift.it. And it's a game that you can download, right? And you can play. But it's a pretty old game, so now we are porting it to Unreal. So we are making changes, I mean graphical changes and code changes so that the game can run in Unreal. And we are not too far from it, meaning that we are not too far, actually. Okay, so what I'm thinking is that maybe, you know, considering all the pieces, it's probably easier if I try to do it directly here. I know that is not maybe the easiest, but I mean, it still has some challenges, but because I think it's using this overrideable race, right? This overrideable race override. So this thing, I don't know if it's in PS character. I need to understand exactly where is it, but this overrideable race, exactly. I think in the change of that overrideable race is where the code is doing the swap. I think it's inside his own change or something. Yes. There is all this problem, by the way. There is all the problem of the bracers, the helms, and everything, but because you will have to re-equip basically all those pieces. Hello, Fabrian. Hi. So I think the idea here is to do this, is to check if this code is running, and I think it is. And then you see this character set mesh. So this character set mesh which at the moment is doing nothing, right? Which at the moment is doing nothing. We need to understand who is calling this, by the way, because I don't want to make a mess and then... but yes, in theory, this maybe we can change it to something like change mesh. Yes, maybe it would be safer because... Or we put the code directly here. I think you can probably put the code directly in here. I think we can invalidate this one, and we can invalidate this one and put the code directly here. So basically here will be, the first thing we need to do, we need to go to BP utils. By the way, BP utils is BP utils is designed for blueprints. But anyway, it's a normal class, so we can call it anyway, right? Why not? Definitely we can call it. So basically this one will be get skeletal mesh by path, right? And get skeletal mesh by path needs only one input, I think, which is the actual path. Yes, which is the path to our guy. Now the only thing that we have here is the race name. So we have this race info race name. But I think we have a way from the race to find the path, because we do it. Let me put a breakpoint. Let me put a bookmark, because we do the same in the pre-helper function, right? When we need to spawn our character, we are getting this one, which is race, and this race is loaded probably in the same way. Obtain the proper character class race, character list, find character class, race, gender, name, find the character class. What is this doing? Find character class. Okay. Why is trying to load it? I'm not completely sure, but anyway, this piece of code works, okay? So I think we need to do the same. We need to do exactly the same of this guy. So this one finds the U class for the selected race, right? Now this find character class is inside pregame helper. I have no idea if this is a static or not. Yes, it's static, thank God. Thank you! Good idea. So we can just call it like that, I guess. No? Ouch. Yes, with the difference that I needed to pass in the fuck, I deleted it? Shit. Oh no, is it? The mesh name. Because the mesh name is yes. Pregame helper, yeah, pregame helper. We will have to import it, unfortunately. But it's okay. We can import it. Pregame helper is sitting on PS Unreal, so in the main directory. So we can definitely import it without a problem. Here we are inside bulk object, so we need to go one up, right? We need to go one up, and then we will be there. So now we should find this. And this one, I would say it's fine. Now at this point, now here I have the U class already. The problem is that from the U class, Yes and no, yes and no, yes and no, yes and no. Because from the U class, wait. Because actually, no, we use this race to actually do the spawn actor. You know that we can do something simpler, but I think it's okay. I think it may be. So if now I take this race and I ask for the reference, can I get the? Can I get a reference path? Can I get the path? Get path name. Get path name. Returns a fully qualified path name for this object. I mean, what I need what you get by right-clicking on the content browser and doing copy reference. This is what I need. I need this, which is not the file path. Is the ref because we need because we. So here we have the race. To get the skeletal mesh and to load the skeletal mesh, I need the path to this guy. No, wait. I need the path. I don't even need the path to that guy. I need the path to this guy. Right? Yeah, but it's the same. It's the same. It's the reference of this. Yes, I need to do it by. I need to do each piece by itself. I need to do each piece by itself. Okay, let's do one step at a time. Otherwise, it's becoming too complex. For now, let's hard code the skeletal mesh. Okay. So I'm not gonna do this part. I'm just going to say, please load the skeletal mesh. Okay. And this one is returning a uSkeletal mesh pointer, which we can call it torso for now. Okay, which is the torso mesh of this guy. Now we will have to find out how to get there, because the problem is that every character has different pieces. Oh my god, it is such a mess. It is such a mess because every character has different pieces. So in theory, hello Tadeus. You roll your mount from idle to go grunted. Nice. You see, it is working somehow. I mean, it's not perfect, unfortunately, but anyway, it's working. Now, the problem that we have, boys, is that for example, if you take an Enki, right? If you take an Enki, his structure is this one, right? If I take a cran, you see, if I take a cran, its structure is this one. So the problem is not just to have the problem is not just to swap the mesh. The problem is to swap, you know, completely the structure. For example, the crane has the eyes as a separate mesh, while the Enki does not, right? This is super annoying. This is super annoying. Well, in theory, I could add an empty. I could add an empty mesh, an empty skeletal mesh here, just to make them compatible, right? So that the structure will always be the same. Because otherwise, when I do the swap, I will have to add a temporary new skeletal mesh as child of mesh, right? And I don't know if that's really a great idea. But I think there are a lot of differences, because, for example, the Kleros has the wings. The wings are a separate... the Kleros has the wings, and the wings are a separate skeletal mesh. Yes, you see wings. Ah! It's not that easy. It's not that easy. Because another way, okay, another way will be, we have two ways of solving this puzzle, okay? And none of the two is easy, unfortunately. None of the two is easy. But the problem is the following. The problem is the following. We need we have one character loaded in game, okay, which is the current character. This current character is made of many pieces, many different pieces. One piece is the actual character blueprint, okay? The character blueprint is bringing with him all the skeletal meshes, right? He's bringing with him the skeletal meshes and the animation blueprint, which I would say are the two important things. Yes and no, because, for example, there is also the movement component, and the movement component is loading different speed. The movement component is loading different speed. Holy shit, boys. We have the movement component, the character movement component. No mistakes were made. The character movement component, right? This one, for example, has the speed of the character, or the jump sides, right? Yes, and in addition to this, there is also the capsule. In addition to this, there is also the capsule, which is another piece that obviously is meaningful for us. Because this one is deciding the collision, right? The sides of the collision. Right, so there is one piece which is very complex, and plus he has, you know, yes, all the skeletal meshes and the animation blueprint. Actually, I think that these two should somehow be split, because they are so important and so different between each other that I think that it should be split, right? Okay. So, and these pieces we cannot ignore, right? We cannot ignore these pieces. Then there is the actual APS character class, right? The APS character pointer whatever class, right? This one is containing millions of stuff because it's containing all your stats, all your weapons, all your inventory, all of that is here, right? Is 1 million thingies. So it's basically all the logic, right? All the logic of our game, right? All the logic of our game. So let me do this. I think we can save it as the current mission, the polymorph mission. Yes, this file we don't need anymore. So he has a bunch of stuff. He has the inventory. He has your stats. Everything. The quest. Everything is loaded here. Now the problem is that this one, unfortunately, is not a component of the character BP, which is split, separate, and like a sibling of it. Unfortunately not. Unfortunately, this guy is the father class of this, which maybe was a bad design from the beginning. I don't know. Maybe maybe it was not a good design, but this one as one of his components also, well, it's not one of his components, is one is the father of the other, in our hierarchy. So the problem is, yes, Marcellum, that's exactly the point, right? What to swap? What do we need to swap? Because I cannot swap this without swapping this, right? But in reality, when I do a morph, so when I morph myself into another creature, so let's say that I'm morphing myself, right? In reality, when I morph myself, the only part that is really getting affected is this, right? So this is the only part that is actually getting affected by the morph, because I may change the animation blueprint, the skeletal meshes for sure, the character component for sure, the capsule for sure. All of that is changing. All of this needs to stay the same, right? Needs to stay the same. So the point is, should I reload? Should I reload a new character BP? What is the problem? Is that, as I said, the character BP is a child of this, right? Is a child of this. Is actually, is a subclass. Is a subclass. It's not a child. It's a subclass of that. So if I want to recreate a new character BP, I will automatically recreate also PS character. So if I take this and I say, please make new, right? Please make new. Okay, it will become the new race. But all this information, inventory, stats, will be completely empty unless we reload it all from the database again. So basically, is a load from DB with a different race. basically it's a load from DP. I think this morph is super hard, boys. It's super hard, but no, because at the moment I was thinking, okay, I don't change the character BP, right? I don't. I only change the meshes inside and the animation blueprint. So these were the two that I was trying to do now, right? When I was writing this code, what I was trying to do, I was trying to get new skeletal meshes associated to this character BP and a new animation blueprint, right? And in theory, if we do this, this part remains loaded and valid. So we achieve the objective, right? We achieve the objective. The problem is that our characters are not all compatible. Also, you may want to morph into a monster, right? And a monster doesn't have this sequence at all. A monster usually has, because a monster cannot swap pieces, so a monster only has the basic mesh. So I will have to know that on this monster I need to load only the mesh and invalidate all the others, right? So that's not really an easy problem to solve, because if I load from here, I get for free the structure, because this structure is known by the character BP, is inside the character BP, but I destroy all of this. I destroy the stats, I destroy the traits, but it is also true that, for example, here we also have the traits, right? Inside of this. Inside of this, there are also the traits. So, for example, if you have long hair, short hair, a specific face, whatever, right? These are inside of this, actually. At least in terms of definition. Then they are loaded, the definition is here, and then they are loaded into the skeletal meshes, right? Obviously, because they have a visual result. But this means that if I want to swap the skeletal meshes, after I swap them, I will have to reload all the traits, manually somehow, because otherwise it will not show properly. It will not show properly. Holy shit. And the same for the inventory, yeah? The same for the equipment, because you may have a weapon in hand, right? But or even worse, you may have a bracer. You may have a bracer equipped, which is using a specific scale, right? Which is using a specific scale because you are that particular race. If I change the race, if I change this, I will have to go back and say, oh, now the bracer needs another scale. So basically I will have to redo here everything we do today when we are loading a character. So this is why I'm saying that maybe the simplest idea is to, I mean, unfortunately, but I think there is no other way, no other easy way, to actually reload completely the character, just passing a different race. So it's like if you load it into the game now, you know? It's like if you load it into the game now. The problem of that is that this will invalidate a lot of stuff, because your session, I mean your player controller, I'm thinking, this will invalidate a lot of stuff. Will invalidate what? Will invalidate the player controller. Because actually on top of this, right? On top of this, there is the player controller. Right? And the player controller somehow is connected to this, right? It's not a subclass, but is a sibling, let's say. And this one owns your session and owns your character name and owns your account ID and owns your security level, you know, all of that. All of that. Now, is it easy to switch PS character on another player controller? I think this one is not too hard, because we have in the I think in the pre-game helper, when we associate in the pre-game helper, when we so here the player controller doesn't exist yet. I think we are doing a spawn actor, right, which is here, and then we associate it to the player controller. You see, we do player controller possess. We do player controller possess. So actually, that's kind of easy, meaning that is one line. So assuming that we reload all of this new with a different race, then associating it to your player controller is not too hard. Okay, so that step is kind of easy, because we are going to possess this character and destroy the old one, right? And destroy the old one. The only problem I see is that I basically need to trigger this from inside the PS character, because at the moment that thing, I mean, the switch of race is triggered inside overridable race, which is actually on top, sitting on top of PS character, sitting inside, no, is inside PS character, so it's a piece of PS character. And this one is not even static, I guess, so it's really the race info. I mean, it's one component of the PS character, right? So this means that we will have to destroy this guy, create a new one, a complete new one from the database. Let me think about it. From the database, yes, and then associate it to the player controller. But this overridable race, obviously, at that point will be destroyed. I mean, in the old game, we were doing something different. In the old game, we were just swapping the mesh, and then we were trying to set. But you see that we were as we were changing routine the first time, erase set the inventory correctly. You see, is like resending the inventory, resending the helm, resending the bracers. So he's doing all of this to basically reset all the information. And then I don't know what is this part. I thought pawn inherited from you, actor. Yes, from you, actor. No, player controller is a separate class, you know. It's not inherited. It's just it's not inherited. I'm just saying that they are connected, you know. Why destroy it? Destroy it because that one is no more valid. And maybe the character will morph into something else, and then into something else, and then into something else. So we need to destroy the old one for sure. Otherwise, we leave ton of memory. Well, I don't know ton, but anyway, we leave a lot of memory, you know, unallocated. And anyway, there is a PS character in memory, so is another actor, and should not be there because one player can only be one thing at a time, right? Can only be one at a time. So I think we need to decide which is the poison we want to take, because unfortunately there is no an easy solution. But so we need to decide at which level we reload, right? So if we reload only this level, right? If we reload only this, then we will have to, so if we swap only the meshes, then we will have to reload the inventory, reload the stats, reload the traits, and visually equip again everything that we have equipped, you know, in a way that today in our code doesn't exist. Can we create a struct for the properties and a data table for the others? They copy the data. Hey, the problem is that you know, the game is already working in a certain way, so I cannot change this basic structure, right? So I don't want to change this basic structure. So the point is, if you know, if the inventory, the stats, the traits would be a separate component, probably that would be a bit better, right? Because at least I could leave the component, I could keep the component alive, you know, the pointer to the component alive, and just swap it to the new character. But even if I do that, assume for a second that I have this part perfectly encapsulated, right? Perfectly isolated, which is not the case because it's inside this class, but let's assume for a second it is perfectly split, okay? So I can just say character properties equal to the one of the old one. Let's assume for a second that I can do that. Even if I do that, there will be only data, but not visuals. So all the equipment will be wrong. So I will have any way to show on the client the new equipment, right? I will have any way to change all the traits, because the traits are different between one race and the other. For example, I don't know, the Morians are blonde and the Ilians are not. I don't know, right? So you cannot use the same. You cannot use the same meshes and textures because it's a different character. So if you have a leather armor on you, right? If you have a robe, assume that you have a robe, right? loaded, if you have a robe loaded, you know, the robe for this character is this, right? While the robe for another character is completely different. So, you know, it's not just I don't know, it's this one. So it's not just changing the logic that is going to be effective. We also need to reload all the visual meshes, and maybe there are dependency, you know. I mean, not maybe, for sure there are dependency. Like when we load the robe on a specific character, maybe we remove the arm, mesh, and when we put the helm, we remove the air mesh. I mean, there are so many cases and dependencies, you know, that are all into the code at the moment, and they are kicking in when we load the character the first time. So if you want to do all of that, separately, I mean, it's definitely possible, but we need to take, you know, pieces of code from everywhere and say, oh, now remember to reload the bracers, or remember to reload the robe, or remember to change the hair color, or remember to change the hairstyle. Remember to keep the sword that now, since it's a smaller character, the scale is not 1.3 but is 1.1, you know? So there are so many things that I added on top of the character loading that are insane, and they are all working because they are done one by one as needed. At what point is the burden of the past too great to just start over with a better system? Well, I mean, what will be the better system? Because the problem is not that we are using something, you know, that is not good. Right? So it's not that we are saying, oh, I make a better system and everything works well. I mean, no, I mean, the problem is only morphing. The problem is only morphing. Everything else is perfect. I mean, perfect, I don't know, but anyway. The problem is only morphing into a new character, because in Unreal it's done differently, right? In Unreal, I mean, in the old game, in the old game I could do it because I had total control on this, on the skeletal meshes. I had total and complete control on the skeletal meshes. And by the way, I'm not even sure that, you know, I'm not even sure that in the old game this part of the code was doing everything needed. But probably yes, huh? But I mean, I can check in the old code this function, which is basically the same as this, and then check the set mesh, because I think it's inside the set mesh that was doing some of the magic, right? Just use the default Unreal setup for a character and build up. No, I mean that's not applicable. There is no default Unreal setup for a character. It doesn't exist. We are using the character the right way. I mean the way we need it. But there is no, I mean Unreal is not providing you the primitives, you know, for doing what we do. So Unreal doesn't have swappable torso armor or swappable robes or swappable traits. It doesn't exist. So everyone is implementing it on top, and everyone is implementing it on top as they want, right? So there is no way to say let's re-implement it in a different, more Unreal way. I mean, no, we already implemented in the Unreal way. So there is, just to clarify now your question, there is no different Unreal way to do this. At least I'm thinking, but there is, I mean, again, the only way would be maybe if I have everything created as a component, right, inside a PS Unreal character, and I could swap this information to component, but still I will have the same problem. As soon as I swap the component, like I was saying before, as soon as I'm able to swap this part easily, still I will have to mirror all the visual parts. So I have the problem anyway. There is no magic solution, you know. There is no magic solution that that automatically copies over everything. It doesn't exist. What if all the characters use 2 skeletons? We are using only 1 skeleton at the moment. We have 1 skeleton only for all the characters, at least all the player characters. But then on top of that skeleton, right, we add pieces based on the equipment, based on the race, but it's using the same skeleton, right? APS character is already a subclass of actor. This is our structure, okay? So PS character. So we have a PS character in C++, which is derived from the standard A character of Unreal, okay? And then the PS character in C++, then as a child or as a subclass, which is the PS character BP in a blueprint, and then the APS character blueprint as another subclass, which is the actual 3D model, right? Which is the skeletal mesh, let's say. So yeah, in reality it's not a subclass in this case. Well, yes, because we created a BP. We created a BP. Yeah, there is another BP. There is a Dermorian F BP. So yes, this contains the actual 3D model in the form of a skeletal mesh, and this one is another blueprint, right? So it's already like that. It's already, so this there is a blueprint, and this is another blueprint. So it's the same reasoning. So it's a specific race blueprint, right? which is this one. What is that? No. What is that font? I have no idea. So we have, yeah. So we have a specific race blueprint, right? Then we have a blueprint which is in common to all the characters. So let's say that there is a blueprint in common to all characters, right? And then we have, yes, the C++ class, right? The C++ class, which is also in common to all the characters. Well, actually, all of them are in common to all the characters. Well, no, because this one is specific. I mean, up to here, they are in common, right? So maybe it's better if I say, wait, it's better if I say this. There is the C++ class, there is the blueprint, and let's say that these two, right? These two are in common, right? So these two are in common to all the characters. Or let's say shared or used by. So it is, so yeah. So these two are used by all the characters, and these ones are specific by race. Okay, this one is a blueprint, and is specific, and this one is specific by race. So just to separate from this one which is used by, so this is in common to all the characters, right? So it is specific by race and is a blueprint, and this one is in common, and right? And this one is the basic Unreal classes. So we are already deriving from the basic Unreal classes exactly the same way. Now, here we have the PSAI controller, which is, yes, connected, not a subclass. And then we have also the specific PS character controller. This is the AI, but we also have the PS character, the PS plane shift controller, right? Which is not represented here, but is obviously there. I think there is another. In addition, yeah, because there is an old view. In addition, between this and this, there is ALS. So actually, this view here is a better view, right? Because in between here, I think I can just shift it by one. I think I can just shift everything by one space. I mean here in between I have I knew it would not fit. I knew it. The word will end. In between, I have ALS, right? So actually here I have a ALS-based character. So it's fairly complex, boys. It's fairly complex. It's fairly complex. ILS-based character, right? Which is providing movement, right? So it's the movement class, right? And I will do it like we did the others, just for consistency. So this one provides movement. This one provides all our stats like HP, mana, inventory. I mean, all the stats, the inventory, everything. I mean, it's all our characteristic. There is a ton of them. Okay, here is a super huge list. This one is used mostly for interaction and also for let's say all the replication. So basically, interaction and replication is here, and this one is used only to contain the actual 3D model in the form of a skeletal mesh, okay? And this one at the bottom is just a vertical summary of, I mean, this is the same, just vertical, right? Movement in U is in the player controller. Movement is inside character and is inside a character movement component. So is this guy, character movement. So is inside your blueprint, which is basically your character, right? The player controller is able to send inputs to the character, to the pawn that you are currently possessing, right? And is the one that you see and you move. But so let's say your keyboard, imagine that your keyboard is the player controller and your character is what you move thanks to your keyboard, right? I think this is the way you should see it. But the physics, you know, and the movement capability, like the speed, how much you jump, are all inside this character movement component, which is inside your actor, your pawn, right? That is how it works. So my problem is that, you know, I want to change. So when I do a morph, I want to change this piece in theory. I want to change only this piece. But in reality, is much more than this, because this piece is no, actually, sorry. I want to change only this piece. But in reality, I cannot do it easily because this piece is, you know, it has so many dependency from everything else. From everything else. And it looks the way it looks because of all the characteristics of the other objects. Yes, the player controller is your input device, so see it as your keyboard or something. Or your mouse. Now, when we load a new character, so when we say, you know, character load, we actually load all of this in a sequence somehow. Right? So we need a generic class base that removes the individual. No, because no. Because for example, from here you derive creatures that have different movement mode. From here you derive different characters which have different stats. From here you derive different characters that are, you know, visually different. So all of these subclasses are absolutely necessary and are super useful, right? And consider that at the end, I mean, again, this is C++, you know, and so yes, you create a CRAN, but automatically you are creating all these other fodder classes, parent classes, right? So it's one class at the end which has, you know, all the pieces inside. No, we don't want to split the dependency chain. Because if you split the dependency chain, basically will be to make a single class which has everything inside, you know? Everything will be inside that single class. But then you will have the same problem, at least for the morph. You will lose a lot of flexibility because in a single class you will lose so much flexibility. But apart from that, when you morph, so if you want to do a morph operation, you will basically have to do the same thing. There will be certain pieces inside this class which will remain the same, and other pieces that you need to remove. So it's exactly the same problem. I mean, changing the way the class is done is not changing the problem. The problem is that the 3D model is depending on so many parameters, right? Logically, I mean, not where they reside in the different classes. It's more logically the fact that if I change my character, you know. So let me see the old code. What is the old code doing? The old code is setting the mesh by name. Okay, so it's getting the race info. And what? It's doing nothing here. It's doing nothing. It's just creating the mesh wrapper, setting the mesh. But consider that the mesh for us in the old game was anyway a mesh wrapper, yes, which basically included all the pieces. So I was able to change all the pieces at the same time with one single definition. But I don't know how it works though, because it may not work somehow. I mean, I don't understand even in the old game, right? Even in the old game, I don't think that this can work properly easily, because how the fuck do you equip the bracers again? How do you equip different weapons with different sizes based on the race? How do you change the traits? So this is the old game, huh? This is the old game. Okay, where the morph is actually working, right? Now I don't know if it's working perfectly or not, but for example, okay, let's say that I have a robe, right? Do I have a robe? Do I have a robe? Yes, I have a robe. So if I have a robe, by the way, if I have a robe and I put the bracers on, I think the bracer will not load because they are connected to the socket on. You see that the bracer on the ground? I don't know if you can see it, but there are bracers on the ground. That is because this character, the robe does not have sockets for bracers. Okay, but there's another problem. That's another problem. Let's not use the robe. Let's not use the robe. Let's use some pieces of equipment, right? Like this and like this. Okay. So if I morph myself, and also I have a weapon, whatever weapon, right? And also I have a weapon. So if I morph myself, for example, into a shorter race, right? So I morph me into Stonebreaker female. I think I need to say Stone B. What? Is it Stone Hammer already? Yeah, it's Stone Hammer already. you see that what happens, I mean, there are so many things that happened. So many things that have, no, don't suicide, please. So many things that happened. So we reloaded the individual pieces, but we also reloaded the textures of the armor, because obviously it's different. We reloaded the hair model, and we reloaded the hair color. I think all of this is happening on the client side in the old game, because the old game could do whatever he wants on the client, right? So I think here we are really swapping. We are really swapping only the meshes, but then we are reloading. I don't know how, but anyway, we are reloading. The bracers are working, for example, and the bracers are associated to another character. The color of the air remains the same, which is this blue, but obviously the air model is changing. But yes, it's working perfectly. The bracers are scaled. We have a setting in our characters that decide the size of the different things, right? So if you go, I don't know, to the Kleros, right, and you search for bracer, you see we have the bracer scale. I don't know if you can see it, but yeah, maybe yes, maybe no. Yes, you can. The bracer scale, the bracer's position. So all of this is already customized by each character. So that's done already. The problem is that I will have to reinitialize all of that, right? Because the character is actually a different one. And all those what I'm saying is that all these initializations, like keeping the bracer and doing all of that, is done on loading. Actually is done when I send the equipment flags. Actually it's done when I send the equipment. Yes, that's true. That's true. So I could change, you know, but now we have also some data in the blueprints. But I could, in theory, I could just resend the inventory, right? I could resend the whole inventory, and I think it may work. The problem is sending the trades. I need to set the trades. I need to set the trades. Set trade for location. Linked trades. Linked trades is already replicated. So if I set the variables, the replication is going to update the visuals already. because they are all replicated using a certain function, and that function is responsible of updating the visuals, right? So whenever I set this or I reset this, it will be fine. It will be fine. The problem is that I need to recreate a new APS character, and we are always at the same point, you know. And the same point is that this variable, which is managing the visual traits of the character, like the hair, the beard and such, is inside PS character. And so if I want to push an update on this, I anyway need to create a new PS character, which means that I need to kill this. I mean, I need to go from here down, right? I need to go from here down, which means that basically I need to recreate my wall character, right? I need to recreate my wall character. There's no way. There is no way. I mean, it's the only way. I mean, it's not a problem, man. We can do it. I'm just thinking if it's the best way or not. I'm just thinking if it's the best way or not. So basically what we are saying is, you know, that seeing the complexity of the different pieces and the dependency of the different pieces, and the fact that our characters are also built differently based on whatever, right? The easiest way for us is to load, you know, is to load a new APS character with the race override, or can I invalidate and send again? Because the problem here is the replication, you know, is the replication. The problem is the replication, because the server doesn't care about which is the mesh. Well, in theory it does, because for collision it does. So I need a way to invalidate this and rebuild it, right? To invalidate and rebuild. But to invalidate and rebuild, the easiest way is to create a new one, because I cannot just say can you invalidate and revalidate, or can you force a rep notify? Well, in theory I could call a rep notify. If I call this, can I call this function by code? I think I can. Because in theory I could, you know, I could because I think the only problem is that the mesh is not the mesh is made of many pieces. Fuck, it's a bit of a, this thing is a bit of a mess, but the mesh is made of, because the mesh is actually not replicated with a variable or something. The mesh is really replicating the single pieces based on how it's constructed. So so I cannot, well, I can swap them. I can swap them. I think we can analyze. I think we can analyze every single piece and see how to do it. Because every single piece is slightly different, right? So the skeletal meshes. The skeletal meshes, I can swap myself manually. The animation blueprint, I can set it myself manually. The character movement is already a mess. Is already a mess because this one is loaded specifically for each character BP, and each character BP is different. Ah, by the way, I forgot another problem. The character BP is different for equipping stuff. Like I have stuff that can be equipped specifically for that character and not for another one. So for example, fuck, I'm not in the right project. So for example, this guy, right? If I go under a keep robe, is doing something specific to this character. So if I only change the content, here, will not be enough, because inside of this class there are anyway specifics to the Kleros. So I have to change this. There's no way. I have to change this. There's no way, because there is code. There is code at the moment inside inside each each blueprint of each race. Now you may say that this is not a good idea. I mean, up to now has never been a problem, but in theory this code can be moved, you know, in a central place, and then given the race, I do the work I need to do. At the moment, this was posing no issues. Keeping things in the character will be defined in the character blueprint. The equipment is a bit around the place, is a bit all over the place, because the equipment is here, right? Where you have the inventory. Then the inventory is replicated to the client, and that inventory is going to generate different skeletal meshes. For example, you have an helm. You know, you have an helm that is equipped on top on the head, and so is adding another mesh on top of this one, associated to a socket. And that's it. So it's in these two places. It's in these two places. Yeah, that could be done, you know. We can move it to character. The problem is that then character becomes like a huge, you know, but it's fine. But it's fine. I think we can move, you know, we can move this, each of those into character BP, and then say if a key probe is coming, if Kran do this, if Enki do this, if Kleros do this. I mean, it's okay. I mean, we can move that, is okay. I mean, it's not really changing much. Maybe it's cleaning a bit the single classes. There is not really much in the single classes. There is pretty much only the keep robe and the keep plate, right? There is only these two things, nothing else. So it's only these two things. So if we can want to move them to PS character, we can move them to PS character. And then the other thing that there is the construction script, because in the construction script we connect all the different pieces: head, arms, hands, legs, feet, and we put them into into the components, right? Which actually, I mean, thinking about it a bit better, also this one can be moved all in character, right? And we can standardize the list of pieces. We can standardize this list, right? So that is identical. And we can do this one time only, but I mean, it's not changing much, but obviously may be helping. Okay, maybe it may help a bit in the. But for example, you see this camera height. This camera height is different by character, right? Which is the height at which the eyes are when you are speaking. I mean, at the moment you find them in each character. I mean, it's not a problem, you know. It's not really a problem. The fact that it's sitting here, it's not giving any issue. It's not giving any issue. But with morph, you know, with morph we could say, reinitialize this, and the morph can initialize by race, and so you can call the appropriate piece by race in one function only. While now, basically, we require it to be separate. There is another reason, though, why it's separate, and the reason is because we have different animation blueprints, different potential animation blueprints by race. Because maybe in the future we would like to have different animations or different walking mode based on the race. So that's why they are separate, right? Otherwise you could say, okay, standardize the pieces, standardize the skeletal meshes. Well, the character movement is different though, huh? But also the character movement can be loaded dynamically. So yeah, I think we could avoid, the single sub blueprint if we are loading everything dynamically. But this means that we will not see anymore this character in the editor, right? Because we will not be able to see it, because this will be loaded only dynamically. So meaning that in the editor we will never have our character visible. So this is also why I think we did it, right? So that you can actually see if they are correct. Otherwise you will have to test it at runtime every time, because they will be fully dynamic, right? Which is possible, but I think this way is more handy, you know, it's much easier to see what is going on. Otherwise this character will be empty with no pieces, right? You will have to click on play, which is impossible because we are in a dedicated server mode and there is the database and whatever. So you will have to start the game to actually see that this character is acting properly. And so whenever you want to do a test on movement or animations by character, it will not be possible, right? It will not be possible because it will be fully dynamic. Even if there is the preview asset, because you can set a preview asset, maybe you could change the preview asset and use it like that. Maybe it's still possible. But this is not really changing the problem. Just a second, I'm typing. I'm just reviewing one picture that is getting built by an artist on the race background. He messaged me and I just gave him some feedback. It kind of defeats the purpose of the editor. Yeah, well, maybe with the preview assets you can do it, but I think will be a bit of a pain. But it's a good discussion, because I think we will need to move. I mean, some of those can actually be merged. I just don't know. Do you know if there is a cost? You know, there is a cost of having an empty skeletal mesh, because the reason I did not standardize these ones is because I didn't know if would cost me performance to have an empty skeletal mesh, because in theory I could have them all the same, but this means that all of them should have for example the beard, right? The beard is something that the humans have, but for example the Kran does not have, right? So if you want to standardize them, I will have to add an empty skeletal mesh which is always sitting on this character, even if, you know, is useless. Right? And at that point, you know, at that point, I think that we could move the standardized list of skeletal meshes directly on PS character BP, which is the superclass, right? So we could have it here. This one is inheriting all the ones from the previous one, because you see that mesh is inherited, but all these ones are not. Yeah, it's like an empty actor. I mean, I didn't do it because I was not, you know, knowledgeable enough to know if this was making this could be a problem, but also because we created each character, one character after the other, one character after the other, and so they've been built a bit one by one, you know. But in theory, we could move all of this above and at least have those ones inherited. But anyway, I'm not gonna do it now because it's a lot of work for very little advantage, right? So I'm thinking what we should do, because we need to move on and do it, but I also don't want to, you know, work on something that then I have to redo completely. But I mean, the easiest from the coding point of view, is to rebuild a new APS character, with the only difference that we override the race. So is that even feasible, right? Is that even feasible? I mean, obviously it is, but let me see how. So if I want to reload my guy inside morph, I can check all what you need to check. Okay, nice. But then here, right here, we will have, instead of doing this, yes, because the on change is the one that is triggering. Instead of doing this, Instead of doing this, what I will have to do? Good question, boys. What I will have to do? I will have to do. Basically, what I do here. Excluding. Yes, I will have to do what I was doing in the wait. Come on. Overrideable race. Overrideable race. You can do it. Yes. I will have to do what I was trying to do here, okay? I was trying to do it here, but it's not the right place at this point. I mean, if we want to do what we want to do. So so here I mean, I'm more comfortable in this than the other way, because this is basically a clean reload, right? The problem is, can we do it? Because I don't know if that reload is really the right way. What do you mean by U class null pointer? It was not initialized, or you mean the pregame helper? Yeah, but anyways, get initialized. This one, yeah. What is the problem? It's just setting it to null pointer for I mean, to be sure that is not you know, a bad memory pointer. It's just ensuring that the variable is anyway a null pointer and not just a random memory. I don't know if I have pre-game helper here, but I don't think so. Right? Fuck. Blah, blah, blah. So the new mesh So yeah, but basically will be this. Basically will be this. Basically will be this. Then the spawn point we don't care. Because the spawn point is the current player position. And at least that is easy because we just spawn the new guy on top of the old guy. Now the problem I have of this is that, I mean, all of that is nice, okay? So let me try to put together the pieces and then we see how it looks, okay? Because at the moment I don't have a full view yet. I don't have a full view yet. Ouais. Don't listen too much, right? But all include, yeah. Yeah, we all includes. Have you tried the new Visual Studio 22? No, I didn't. Is it good? I mean, if it's supported by Epic or no? Move the original guy out of the screen and spawn the new guy. Yeah, I mean, I care. I don't know if I care too much about the old guy, but I mean, the old guy will be there, but then he will be destroyed immediately. So I think, yeah, maybe you can see the two for a second overlapping, but I think it's even fine. I mean, it is even, you know, good for a transition. So I think I don't have a big issue with the two characters being one on top of the other. I think it can be fine. Okay, but because the problem is here, right? The problem is here because here I'm spawning the new guy with the new race. Okay. But then what the hell happens? What the hell happens? Exactly. This happens, okay? This happens. So we have two issues. One issue is that this is hitting the database again. So it is reloading, you know, the database data again. And hitting the database for us is very bad. So we should avoid hitting the database as much as we can. The problem is that I think that all these functions are designed to load from the database because they are designed to be used only one time at the beginning, right? But yes, here we are hitting the database. In the load, we will be hitting the database a million times. Right? And then the second problem we have is that this load will have to be customized, you know, to override the race. So this load, so we will have basically a different load which is just changing its race. I think there are too many functions, you know, to actually redo another function. Now we have the race already. We don't need to add any information anymore. The problem is that I don't want to hit the database. In theory, I have all the data in the other character, right? So I could create a function that is basically just copying the data. It is just cloning from APS character. The problem of that is that during loading, right? During loading, we do a shit ton of stuff. We do so much stuff. Like, for example, we set the character movement, we set the speed for the override of ALS. I mean, it's so complex. I mean, I can pass a parameter here, okay, and say override race. And if override race, it will not read the race from the database, right? But it will read it from me. And everything else in theory should work. But I'm reading everything from the database again. So it's a full character loading. Full. So all his stats, all his traits, all his quest, everything is a full character loading. You could check if the character is logged in. No, but this is to morph someone on the fly. So like a spell, you know. You have a spell that is transforming you into a dragon. And so you become a dragon. So there is an instant feature. It's not a delayed feature. So it's used a lot by game masters to switch between one character and another character when they are role playing into an event. So they have to impersonate, I don't know, the mayor of the city. And so they morph into another race. They switch a bit the equipment when needed. And then they speak as the mayor. Then they need to interpret a monster. They morph themselves into something else. So if we ask them to relog all the time, okay, that's easy. But it's not the feature we have today. Right? So the feature we have today is exactly what I've shown you here in the old game. So you do morph, boom, and you become someone else. The title of the stream should be Polymorph, no? I think so, unless it didn't update. But it's Polymorph. So we are trying to morph ourselves into different ways, right? But the problem is that in the old game, this was happening pretty much immediately, and all the information that was loaded from the database is not reloaded, right? Is not. Because we are only swapping the meshes and what is needed. Now here, if we do it this way, which is the way I'm going now, we will have to call load character and basically reload everything, unless we copy the data. And we could copy the data, we could. The problem is, how big is to copy the data? How big is to do, I mean, how long, how, you know, complex is the code to actually load everything. I'm thinking if you are in the middle of a quest, okay? If you are in the middle of a quest and you morph and your character get destroyed and recreated, is that causing any problems? Is that causing any problems? I don't think so. Because the server doesn't care. The only thing the server cares about is your ID. So as long as your ID is the same, everything will work, even if you are a stone on the ground, you know? So it's not... morphing through planes? Maybe. But the point is, can I do this? Right? Why don't we have an APS character copy? I mean, an APS character copy will be solving all my problems, right? Maybe I need to implement it. But the question is, when we are cloning NPC, because there is a function where we can clone an NPC. Let me check, because I think that the APS, can I initialize, do I have a constructor of APS character that is actually taking another APS character and is cloning it? Probably not, huh? Because I don't want to eat the database. There's no way. I'm not gonna eat the database. Makes no sense. Is heavy. Will delay the morph. I mean, there's no reason we should hit the database. Zero reason to hit the database. Zero reason. So I'm resisting to do it, right? Because in theory I could just call that load function, overriding the race, and in theory it would work already, right? But I don't want to do it and then destroy the other pawn. But I don't want to do it. I really don't want to do it. So I'm thinking if I can. I'm thinking if I can clone. I mean, I'm surprised there is no. Maybe I removed it for Unreal. PS character. But no, it doesn't exist. But when we clone an NPC, right? Because we have a command to create a new NPC. When we create a new NPC, what do we do? We reload it completely from the database? Ah, fuck. If I search it this way, it's GG. Yes, because we have this /NPC, right? /NPC is creating a new NPC. So this one is already cloning something, you know, is creating an NPC based on, I don't know why. I think it's cloning an existing one. Is this going through a load? I mean a full load, or a copy NPC from database? Yeah. Yeah. Is hitting the database. The clone NPC is going to the database as well. Absolutely, yes. I mean, I can have a function that is initializing a new PS character with an existing PS character. I mean, I can do it. I mean, it will be 400 lines, but I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. The point is just that it's not something already existing like that, but it seems that it's not. It seems that it's not. So can I... How long does it take? I don't know, but is it in the database anyway? I don't want to do it. Because imagine that we will have, you know, 5 spells in the future which are, you know, changing your appearances, and I don't want all those spells to... I mean, I want another way, you know, a better way to clone a character. Now, the question is, it is easier to clone it that way, or because the problem is that we already have yeah, you see, basically the PS character is actually created by the spawn actor. So I cannot even have a constructor, you know. I need a new function which is copy data, which is basically copying data from one character to another. And we can also use, you can also use it to mirror a template. So what I'm thinking is that maybe I mean, I don't know if we really need it, but I'm thinking that maybe we can have an area of the game, you know, a level in the game, where you have like prototypes of NPC, and you can say, I want to become like this guy, right? I want to become like him. And so you are basically cloning everything of that character into a new character, and you associate it to yourself. Now, it will probably be easier to possess at that point, you know. It will probably be easier to just possess that character, the NPC itself. What is happening when tribes are spawning new members? Because we have tribes, right? We have tribes, and tribes are able to reproduce, right? And when a tribe reproduces, it needs to clone a member into a new member. So in theory it's the same problem, or a very similar problem. So how tribes are adding new members? Flag dynamic. Add a new member. Indicate NPC have been created with dynamic of an NPC server. Add to the member list in the DB. Okay, this is fine, but the point is not this, but when it's getting created. When it's getting created. So there should be somewhere. It's impossible that that member is not called. Come on. Okay. Handle perception spawned. Handle perception spawned. Got spawn perception. I mean, yes and no. Who is calling this? Hey, the problem is that this one probably is called by our scripting. Command spawn. Clone NPC. Clone NPC. Hey, it's the same one we were looking before, eh? He's using the same function, I think, no? Yes, copy from database. Yeah. He's using the same function. So also in the case of tribes. Good night, Electra. See you. Bye bye. Thanks for being here. Can you check to see if the character that is in memory? The character is in memory 100% because it's you. I mean, you are like, you know, cloning yourself. So the only thing that you are doing, you are changing your race, but apart from that, all your data is loaded. So yeah, I'm just double checking that we don't already have something like this, but every time I look, it seems that we don't, right? So like also tribes, which is the other, you know, the other function that can clone something existing, so can generate new NPC, is using the copy from database. And there is another function that is doing the same, which is the random generated events, right? The random generated events that I built a bit recently, right? That one also needs to spawn NPC. And they need to spawn NPC which are completely new. But I think it's calling the same function, I think it's calling exactly the same function. But let me see, random generated events, where is that? Random generated events. Random event manager, maybe? Random event manager, okay. Okay. Execute event. Spawn NPC. There it is. Spawn NPC. What is this doing? We'll probably call the same copy from database. I'm pretty sure, but you know, just to be sure that we are not leaving anything behind. Spawn NPC. Spawn the NPC data. Okay, so he's using the spawn actor the standard way. Yes, here there is a bit of a difference because it needs to randomize the name. It needs to randomize few things that are specific to randomly generated events. It needs to randomize the traits, potentially to randomize the inventory, yes. Call load for event to populate the character ID data. So it's populating the data with first name, last name, chosen race, skill and stats, HP, category, and PC inventory. Very interesting. Faction, share variables, and merchant. It's similar, eh? I mean, it's not exactly what we need, but this guy, which was me, had the same problem. And so I created a function. I mean, it is slightly different because a lot of the parameters are actually randomized, you know, like you randomize the name, you randomize the traits, you randomize the inventory, you randomize, so the location. So there is a lot of randomization going on. But, you know, it's not that bad as a template for what we need to do. PT this one, but because it's setting the money to 0. It's also loading the trades. I think this function is pretty much what we need, huh? Yeah. This function is pretty much what we need. This function is pretty much what we need because he's already doing everything manually, you see? He's doing everything manually because I added the problem to generate a new NPC with specific characteristics. They were not the ones specifically on the database, but it was a mix, right? And so, for example, he's already, you see, keeping all the items. I mean, he's already doing all the job needed. This function is very good. This function is very good. I think we can make it more generic than this even. The only problem is that this one, you know, apart that it's taking 1 million parameters, but that's not too much of a problem, actually. But you see, the important pieces are trades, inventory, factions, we don't care, variables, description, HP, mana. So the only problem is that this function is obviously wired, you know, for this event ID, and so if I use it as this, is going to be, you know, is going to do this. Not that I really care, because even if we are calling this function, you know, one time, this is basically nothing. So this is not really going to affect anything. Now the only thing that I don't know is for example, this one is a mistake. This one is a mistake because this is the typical problem of scattering code around like spaghettis and lasagna. For example, here I set the race, right? I set the race, but we changed the way we assign character movement, you know, and now is immediately backfiring on us. Immediately, because we set the race here as well, and You see? And we added this line. We added this line. And now, in that place, is not there. So, this is a typical example where you duplicate a function, you know, because you want it to do what you want to do. But then you fuck up because this one has not been replicated. Right? So I think that the best for us is probably and I didn't why I didn't do it. Why I didn't put this code inside of this function? Because I was scared that this function would be called by other places and I would mess up, right? And I would mess up. So I said, okay, don't worry, I put it here and fuck it. But this is really going now to affect all the places where we have the set trace info, because I need this line as well. I need this line as well. Now, yes, I can copy it there. Yes, I can. But, you know, maybe it's better to have one function which is encapsulating all of that. The problem, I think, is the set trace info. I'm calling it from a million places. There is the fear that I have. Obviously, yes. Like, for example, in this quick load. I don't know exactly what this quick load is doing, but it's the same problem, right? In theory, it should be inside of this. But I think I can change it. I think I can change it. I think I can. I think I can change it. There is another place here, for example, where it's used, right? Is used when we do the upload of the character. Okay. Yeah, but I have to change that. I have to change that. There's no way. I have to change that. Wow. Transform target item into NPC. What the fuck is this? It transforms an item into an NPC. What does it mean? I mean, what's the meaning of this? Sometimes our code is amazing. Is it because we can summon from a gem? We can summon from a gem something? Probably. Probably. But anyway, the concept is the same. So whenever I set the race, I set also the movement. I think it's the best solution. So we don't mess up with that anymore. Right? Yeah, but you see there are so many places where we are using that. But I think it's still is anyway the right thing to do. Is anyway the right thing to do. So I think this would be anyway a good change. This would be anyway a good change. So basically inside of this function, right? Inside of this function, we are going to also change the character movement. So I'm going to take these these 4 lines, right? These 4 lines, and put them inside set trace info, and then I need to go and clear up, you know, and clean up. I mean, and clean up all the other stuff, but this I really need to do. So this will still work, and this will still work. Yes, exactly. So I'm doing it. So at least we remove 1 level of duplication, right? We remove 1 level of duplication. So now I can delete in all the places where we have that. Yes, these ones will all be updated automatically now. Yeah, it was 2 places plus the ones that was not updated. Okay, I think that is a good change anyway. But yes, my idea is to I'm working on this function because my idea is to simplify this function up to a point, or to make it reusable up to a point that we can use it for event or not. So I think we can rename it to something like load NPC dynamically, right? Like load dynamic. I mean, I would remove for event, and because the only hard-coded part for the event is this one, where it's basically generating a new ID, right? It's generating a new ID and it's setting this ID. But if I change this and I move this line outside, right? Actually, my event manager, it makes a lot more sense. And then I pass the PID instead of the event ID. This function can become a load dynamic, right? Which is much better. Right? Now, I don't know if this is gonna solve all my problems, but I think it's going in the direction that we want. Exactly, this one, you see. So instead of saying but the problem is that it needs to read from the database. No, it's not reading from the database, this one. So why needs the NPC ID and the event ID? Why needs both? Why? Why needs both? Why needs both? It's not needed. It's not needed. This event ID is needed only because he uses them here, but okay. But I think this in ID is not used anywhere else, I assume. Hopefully. Exactly. So okay, good. So we can just pass in the ID that we want, right? So this real event, so actually this one becomes, right, this one, so this line goes away from here. This line goes away. I just need to copy, and this line will go here, and we take these 2 parameters and then we change this one with this, right? And we just pass it here as a parameter to this guy. So everything else will work identically, okay, for this particular function. because I just moved it up. But now it's more generic, right? Int character ID. I don't know how to call it. So now we will have our PID equal to character ID. So we set it on because PID is actually a variable of our guy, and are we going to add quest? That's a good question. But you see, this one is already giving me the race ID, which is the one that I want to use to generate my clone. Now the description. That's a good point. If I morph and then I look at my character. Yes, obviously he has the description of the other one, obviously. But I don't think that this is solvable though. In theory, when you morph, I think you want this description to disappear. I think we can probably set the descriptions to empty or to something that you give in the morph command, because but anyway, that's not a big issue. I think it's a minor problem, really. That's the least of my problems. That's the least of my problems. But so yes, the idea will be to change this function to be load dynamically, right? Load dynamic, and basically we say that this one is creating a new NPC without. So it's loading all the is filling in all the data of an NPC properly. Because also all these functions, I already worked on them to be sure that they were getting an input as an array, right? Instead of hitting the database. You see? So it's doing this instead of doing this, right? So it's not hitting the database, it's just reading it from an array that we pass. So all this code has already been done for the random generated events, which is great. So we really need to leverage that. We really need to leverage this. So this one will become load dynamic, right? Load dynamic. And this one will be load an NPC with given data, right? Not hitting the database for loading, right? And then we can say used for random events and morph functionality, right? Okay, now the only problem will be to ensure that we have all we need, because all we need. How many characters can array support? What do you mean? It's only one character. We are creating this load dynamic is one character. Is one character. So we are loading one character at a time, right? So it's one only. Now the problem I may have here is that in many cases I don't have functions to extract, for example, the inventory. This is a good question though. Wait a second. Wait a second. Inventory, huh? Oh fuck, by name? Holy shit, okay. Ah, pain, 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 pain. The castle is destroyed. Ah, it's impossible to do it this way. Fuck. Fuck. He's generating new items. It's generating new items. Fuck. Fuck. Yes, because in a new event, you know, if you generate a new NPC, the items are just the items of that NPC. So it's not keeping your inventory. It's not keeping your inventory. It's destroying your inventory and it's generating new items, which is obviously not possible for us. Ah, pain. Ah, pain, 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 pain. Ah, fuck. Yeah, the inventory, I think, is the biggest issue that we have. The inventory is the biggest issue that we have. The biggest issue. Fuck. 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 The problem is that I cannot even just do it on the client side, because if I could at least say, I don't care, you know, I do it only on the client side, but I cannot, because if I do it only on the client side, then my character will not match in size, capsule, collision, whatever, speed, you know? So I cannot even do it on the client side only. I have to do it also on the server side. But if I do it on the server side... Anyway, this one is a good change, because this made this function more generic, which is anyway a good idea. But... Unfortunately, it cannot be used for freaking... No. Pain. Pain. Can you add an easy inventory needed and then proceed? Yeah, proceed what? Proceed what? I mean, okay, I add a parameter which is keep my inventory, right? Keep my inventory, but then what? But then what we do? We need to pass the we need to pass the, well, the inventory actually is a pointer, okay? The inventory is actually a pointer, because inside our character we have, I think it's character inventory, I think it's this one, right? Which is actually, you know, fuck. You know, the difference here is that, I mean, why in the old game was so easy? In the old game was so easy because this part, skeletal mesh, was not dependent on a new character blueprint, right? Was not dependent on a new character blueprint. So, because it was just inside a class. Now, can we do the same here? Can we have the skeletal meshes? Now, if we do what we said, because we said we are going to move all the things up and we don't have a specific blueprint. Because anyway, I need to change the blueprint. That's my problem. I need to change the blueprint. If I change the blueprint, is the same class of my APS character, I need to change also APS character, no? At least this is what I'm thinking. Can I change only this? Can I change only this? No, I cannot, because this one is created when I spawn the character. So the blueprint, so when I spawn my character, right? When I do spawn actor, right? Spawn actor, and I do it in this class, in this file, right? When I do spawn actor, here I'm passing in the character blueprint, so I'm passing in this guy, you know, and it's different by race. Is it different? So, and I cannot change it on the fly, I think. Can I? Can I change the blueprint of an actor that is already spawned? That's a good question. That's a good question, but I don't think it's doable, because for Unreal, that's the base actor class, you know. That's the base actor class, which initialize all the systems, right? All the freaking systems. I don't even know how to ask the question. So so another way. Okay, so this method I think failed. I mean, it was a good idea, but it didn't work. It didn't freaking work. I mean, I was so close. Is the problem only the inventory or something else? Because maybe we can, you know, work around this inventory problem. Maybe we can work around this inventory problem. Okay, let's think if we can work around the inventory. So let's assume that we solved the inventory issue for a second, right? What else will be the problem? Quest will be a problem, because quest, now I don't know if when we morph we need to look at our quest, but like the quest window will not be available to you when you are morphed, because this kind of annoying, right? So we also need to reload in the new character all the quests. Now the quests in theory also are a pointer. So the quest, I think that we can just associate the previous pointer. It should be fairly easy. What if we make the previous character invisible, but we still use it? Like, no, it's not working as well. I mean, I'm thinking I have my previous character, okay? I want to morph into a freaking dragon. So you see the dragon, but all the data, you know, is still inside this guy. Now the problem is, how do we know that we have to go? How do we know that we have to go on the other guy to catch the data? That's kind of an annoying problem, because this one is and this one is also another APS character. So that's not very readable. You know? No, that's not a great idea. But basically, our problem at the moment is that this character has a backpack, you know, with 1 million data. Right? And when we morph, that data get destroyed. That is the problem I have. When we morph, since we have to create a new character, the data get destroyed. So, or I take this data and I save it somewhere, I don't know, but I mean, I can redesign APS character. I can do it, but it's a lot. It's quite some work. I don't know how much work, but I could redesign APS character, you know, which I think will be a good idea anyway. But to have, you know, because you know what is the problem? Yeah, the problem is exactly this one on the left, right? Our class APS character has all these pieces inside. And here we are missing quests, by the way, which is another huge thing. And he's huge because he has 1 million dependencies, right? So there is also quests, and more, and I guess there is even more than that. It's just that I'm not thinking to all the pieces, but for sure quests, anyway. For sure quests. Right? And many more. But he has all this you know, set of information set on him. Now, the problem is that all these pieces are on PS character directly. Now the question is, what if we manage to split these pieces into really isolated components, you know, which are callable just by one pointer, 1 pointer, okay? So 1 pointer to the inventory, 1 pointer to the stats, 1 pointer to the traits, 1 pointer to the quest, 1 pointer to whatever, right? 1 pointer. 1 point. So if I manage, so basically this will mean, you know, from our code point of view, which is something anyway I think one day we have to do, because at the moment this class is unmanageable. So only the header file, look at the header, this is the header file, is 3000 lines. And the C++ class is 7000 lines. Okay. So this shows, well, in reality there are some other classes inside this file. Like skill set, for example, is already separate. But it's not too much. The separate ones are not too many. Yeah, he finished it. It's 7000 lines anyway. So the point is, apart from the functions that I don't care too much, because the functions can stay where they are, right? So I don't really care, but I care about all these freaking variables, all these million variables, which are sitting on PS character, and they are not separated into a component. That is what I think is killing us. In this case, only for the morph, but maybe for the future, you know. Because there is so much. Look at this. Look at all this variable. Is visible. Is the client visible or not? Which kind of attack queue he has? Is a stereo. Has money. What is the last response? What is the loot it is spending to loot? What is the HP? What other notification is receiving? What is the list of the areas that is explored? The assigned event? The skills? The spells? The variables? The bank? The money? The pets, the familiars, the animal affinity, the loot. Look at how much stuff, you know, is on PS character. I mean, it's so much. It's everything in the game, basically. Everything in the game is sitting here, right? I think we only have few pieces. Like, for example, we have, for example, the compendium, right? The compendium, that is the new piece that we made. The compendium, we already split it well, because the compendium is the discovery manager. Yes, and the discovery manager is 1 pointer. In theory, also the quest manager is 1 pointer, but also the quest manager is 1 pointer. Because you see, some parts are already done the right way. I think it's for the biggest functionality that we decided to have, you know, to have but for example, let me check the quest manager 1 second. The quest manager is the quest manager really clean? I mean, is it really clean? Like he's keeping all my assignments? Yes, it seems yes. Yes. Yes, I think there is, you know, there is the, because in that case, if I had 1 pointer for each of them, like for example for the quest I have, the quests are not a big issue, because I could say okay, I create my new guy, which is a dragon, And then I just point in the bag, in this backpack of data, right? I just point to my quest manager, and I point to my buddy manager, and I point to my whatever, right? So this is exactly the way we should do it. Now, for certain stuff is already there. But for example, for the inventory, okay, which is the one that I was scared about. Actually, we have an inventory. We have a character inventory, which is a pointer. So in theory, the inventory is separate. It's just that function that is recreating it. But the inventory is separate. It is or not? Yes. Is separate. So it's not that bad, eh? It's not that bad as I was thinking. It's not that bad as I was thinking. It's not that bad as I was thinking. Like, there is some stuff that is on the character. For example, the money. We don't have a money manager or a bank. Well, we have a bank manager, but it's the generic one. We don't have because it's inside inventory. Well, why money is not inside inventory, for example? Why this money doesn't stay? Anyway, it's one variable. Is one variable. There are two variables: bank and bank money. So this will be anyway very easy to copy. It's only two variables. So, but for example, you know, I mean, thinking about it, this one would be much better if it goes inside inventory. The money, the bank money, the set money. The set money, all these function, adjust money, save money, all of this should go inside inventory and not sit on PS character. That would be much better. The guild. For example, the guild is not separate. The guild is not separate, even if is also one variable pretty much. I mean, it's not insane. The amount of information is not that insane, but definitely... For example, all the advisor thing, you know? All these advisor, which by the way, we are not even using anymore, but all this advisor thing... I don't know. I feel that some refactoring of this will be good. I think some refactoring of this will be a good idea. I don't know if I want to do it now, but it's really showing, you know, that we need to do some refactoring here. I mean, some is already good, Some is already good. Because we have some of the most important ones separated. Right? We only have pointers. So, like, for example, guild info is a pointer and is all the information about the guilds. Inventory, okay, it's not a pointer, and I don't know why, but it's separate. Quest, buddy, and discovery are separate. And then there are some mixed ones, like trainer information, trainer descriptions, creation info, a bit of the experience, the attack modifiers, defense modifiers. There is a bit of a mess here. Progression script. For example, what the fuck is this? No idea. Impervious to attack. I mean, okay, all the flags. Maybe we can have a flag, you know, but you know, the vitals as well. The vitals. I mean, it's a pointer. It's a single one. It's a single variable for all the vitals. Single variable for all the traits. The problem is that we have a lot of stuff, you know. The problem is not that we have, you know, made it wrong. Because as I look at it, I mean, it's already split enough, you know. Everything has its own group, you know. Vitals is one thing. Trait, okay, is two, but anyway, it's two. So it's already pretty good at the end. But it's just that we have so much stuff. I mean, we have so many functions and features in the game. That's the problem. Hello, Shadran. Hi. You don't want to access a huge inventory just to pay a vendor, just to pay a vendor through. No, the point is, I think that the point is that, or I limit the morph capability. I can limit the morph capability, you know. So I can say to the game masters and say, hey, when you morph yourself, right, you have limited capabilities to access your character because you are actually another creature, right? Which actually also makes sense. Like if you are a dragon, it's not that you are like looking at your quest, but anyway. And so I could basically strip out all the pieces, you know, that they are not really needed. The problem is that if they click on the quest window, or if they get assigned, or they speak with an NPC and an NPC is trying to assign them a quest, if I don't have the quest loaded for them, is a freaking mess, right? It's going to be a mess because they are going to get wrong data. So, or I say that whenever you are in morph, we lock down majority of the function. Or we say fuck, morph doesn't exist, you know. I can avoid porting morph. I mean, I can say to the GM, create. I give you unlimited number of characters on the account. So if you are a GM, you can have 100 characters. And if you want to impersonate someone, you just log in with that particular character, you know. So you want to run an event with 20 characters. You create 20 characters before the event, and then you log in with that character, right? I mean, morph is so hard in Unreal for the reasons, I mean, not because it's Unreal. Because in reality, I did the morph with two calls, right? Two calls. Set skeletal mesh and set animation instance. That's it. Two calls. And then everything works from the Unreal Engine point of view. The problem is that everything else that we have doesn't work anymore. Everything else that we have here doesn't work anymore. That's the problem. I don't know of any game that morphed to another character. We can be the first. We can be the first. It's very nice. Yeah, it seems to be, yes, correct. It seems to be, I mean, you need to plan, you know, you need to plan your game to support it. Basically, you need to plan. So when you start the game, you say, oh, in this game, we will morph, right? Because you are becoming a new creature every 2 seconds. Okay, nice. I mean, and then again, depends how much data you have. If you are an FPS, you know, if you are a first person shooter, 0 data. I mean, like, I don't know, 10 variables. It's super easy. You can morph whenever you want. The problem is that we have all this baggage of stuff, plus the traits, plus the hair color, plus the bracers, plus the weapon, plus the shield, plus the boots, plus the whatever. And in the future we will have more and more, right? So we will have the ability maybe to keep your weapon on the back, on the side. But yes, imagine, you know, Gods of War. Can you morph into something else in Gods of War? But anyway, they have millions of programmers, so they just do it, you know. They just freaking do it, so they don't care. But like, if you have a character, you know, which has all these 1 million traits, right? Because the problem is also the character creation. Because now, I mean, our character is very simple, right? But imagine a character which is very complex, okay? A character that has, a character that maybe we will have in the future, right? A character that has, you know, the eye shapes, the eyebrows shape, the nose shape, and the cheeks shape, and the jaw shape, and the hair color, the tattoo, the other tattoo, and whatever, right? Then at a certain point, you have all of this in your face, and you say, morph into an orc, right? Or morph into a troll. GG, bro. I mean, you can morph, yes, but what will happen? What will happen to all those settings? Because what will happen is that kind of hair is not available on the troll, that kind of eyes is not available on the troll, this kind of tattoo is not available as well. Maybe the chin and the bones, but maybe he has a different number of bones, you know? Yeah, you could have a spell that morphs. Yes, absolutely. Now the question is, the point is, can I morph myself into something else right now? Yes, I can. Okay, so I just go here. I just go in this freaking place. I just go in PS character morph, right? Where we have the override race, whatever. Override race override, right? What was it? New way. No, I have the bookmark anyway. New way to swap race, okay? So where I have the... Can I do it? Yes, I can do it. I can do it right now, okay? Because I can... Okay, find your character class, right? Check if the race is right. No, I mean not this way, not this way. The other way. The other way, not this way. Not this way. Not this way. Not this way, not this way, not this way. The other way, I can do it. I can say, okay, I want to be morphed into a rat, like, because you mentioned the rat, right, or the mouse. I want to be morphed as a rat. No problem. To me, it's very easy. To me, it's very easy. I take my freaking pointer to rat. I set it as the first mesh, and it's done, right? And you have all your information. But the rat is very easy. Why the rat is easy? The rat is easy because it doesn't have traits. It doesn't have special equipment. You know, it doesn't have anything visually. It's just one rat. So that one I can do without problems. With zero problems, I think. Yes. I'm thinking to the animation blueprint, but I will change the animation blueprint anyway. I don't know if you can move. I don't know if you can move as a rat, but I think you should be able to. I think should be not. Let's try this just for fun. Let's try this. Let's try this. Let's try this because I think it helps me to think. You know, helps me to think of what is the limitation. What is the real limitation? What is the real limitation? Okay, I want to become a rat. I know it may sound weird, but this is what I want to do. Okay. So basically, I copied this reference, I put it here, right? We change the skeletal mesh. So we loaded this skeletal mesh, and then I take my character, which is client. No, which is target, because you can also do it on someone else, which is target. And we get the mesh, right? And we set the skeletal mesh to be the rat. Okay? As simple as this, okay? As simple as this. So this is touching nothing of all of this. Nothing. The only thing that is touching is this guy, and now I also need another line to touch this guy. Okay. But for example, the movement, the capsule, the speed, the collision will be fucked up for sure. But anyway, we don't care. Okay, we set ourselves as the rat, nice, and then we set this one as the animation blueprint. So we get this reference. We need to set the. So we need to do target. Set anime instance whatever. No, I want to set the instance, not get it. And if I get, can I then set it or what? What? ALS character ALS character animation instance. ALS character animation instance. Fine. Yes, because there is ALS in the middle, right? There is ALS in the middle. Okay. Okay, fine. 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 Okay. So there is actually this class in the middle, but it's okay. I mean, we don't care too much about that, you know. I mean, is anyway a subclass of I mean, why is complaining that I cannot call it because is not defined? I don't have the include. Fuck. So annoying, bro. Okay, let's do this. So it's not breaking my balls. Okay. Please. Hey, is this one, man? Okay. Okay. So can I set the animation mode? Set animation. Now, why I cannot set the animation on the animation instance? I don't understand. Get main animation instance. What was that? What was that thingy? Was it set animation instance class? Yes, this is what I need to do. On the mesh. Sorry, on the mesh. On the mesh, not on the target. I was thinking something else. Okay. So on the mesh, we set the animation instance. What? Because they call it anim instance. Okay, anim. Set anim instance class. Okay. To be our U class. Now, unfortunately, the U class, I need to load it, right? I need to load it because this one I don't have. This one I don't have, so I need to load it. I need to load it in the same way I was loading this one, right? So I need to, for example, wait. It's just find object. It is not very clear to me, but okay. It's just this? It's just this, huh? I don't know. I'm not very confident, but fine. So this will be the animation class. So class package, we go for any package, which I hope is defined somewhere. And with class name, we want this guy. I don't know why I cannot load it in the other way, but okay. So do I need to say this or what? I have no idea. I have no idea how to specify the how to specify this as a U class. I don't understand U class, boys. I don't understand it. What I mean, how do I manage this? Couldn't you just change the character BP? No, because character BP cannot be changed. There is no function to change it. Because character BP is the base class. Character BP is like saying actor or sound, you know? I mean, it's really the base class that we cannot touch. I mean, I can swap it, but I need to create a new one. That's exactly the problem. I don't understand this U class too much, boys. I don't know. Documentation as usual is not helping me, but I mean, what is the difference? Basically, the question is, what is the difference between a U class and a U skeletal mesh? In the sense that, is the U skeletal mesh anyway derived from U class? Yes, probably yes. Or not? No, you see, it doesn't have like child. Yeah, very few child. What the fuck is this? No, I don't understand. No, for sure. No, wait. For sure, skeletal mesh. Otherwise, nothing would work. Probably U class is the father of everything, or not? I don't understand this U class. I'm so confused by U class. U object. Okay, U object. Okay, U object base. Okay, U object base again. Hey, no, U object base is going by itself. And then U object base as inside a U. So U class is a completely different branch. Yeah, but why I need to search it differently? Why I need to search it differently? Get skeletal mesh by path. Can I have a get skeletal? So, for example, from this rat, can I get the class? Can I get the U class of this? Get class. Ah, okay. I understand. So you can get only the class, or you can, because a class is actually not a loaded object. It's a potentially loaded object. Hello, Onyx. Hi. No, but it's not a class. I mean, it's not something loaded. I mean, while my U skeletal mesh is something that I load, right? I'm loading it. I'm loading it. And so it's in memory and is active and is valid. My U class is more of a definition, right, of something that is not loaded. So my problem is, how do I load, for example, the animation blue? How do I not load? How do I reference this animation blueprint? Which is the same thing that you do when you click on, on the rat, right? When you click on the rat here, and you see this animation class, and I select rat animation blueprint. So this is the U class that is pointing to. Right? So basically the question is, how do I search a U class? Because I think in my utils I don't have that. But let me try. Maybe I have it. I don't remember, but maybe I have it. In my utils. In my utils. In my utils. I don't think I ever return a U class, no? No. I think we need a function for that because it's too handy. I mean, we need something to return, but maybe it exists already, but the point is, how do I get a U class, boys? Yeah, animation class is a U class anyway. It is. It is, I think. I mean, anything is a U class when in that format. So we need to get a U class from asset, so that's the problem. Class finder. Yeah, I mean, this guy is right in the sense that the fact that we are doing it with a string maybe is not the best idea, but the problem is that we only have, you know, we know that it's a rat, we don't know where is it, so my blueprint C. Okay. Yeah, it's the same code I have here. It's the same code I have here. What the fuck? What? Ah, well, okay. Yeah, he wants it as a text. Okay. So in theory, I don't know if that code will ever be executable, we'll see. But in theory, these 3 lines, only these 3 lines, are forcing me to be a rat. Right? We can see if it works, but basically that's the idea. So, and this is changing only the skeletal mesh. What is the problem? The problem is that in the case of a rat, it's easy. Because it doesn't have traits, it doesn't have hair, it doesn't have equipment, it doesn't have a sword, it doesn't have anything. Right? But maybe this can be a compromise. You know, the compromise is, dear Game Master, you can morph, but you have to re-equip your weapons. So you have to remove them from the inventory and put them in again. And I think in that case, the code probably will work. I mean, I'm not sure, but... What happened to all the stuff if you change? I mean, in this case, we are changing at this level, right? We are changing at this level. We changed this and this. And so everything else is fine, because actually Unreal allows us to change these two things. Unreal allows us to change this. And actually in theory allows us to change also this, and this one I have no idea. So Unreal allows us to change this. So basically our bag database is not up, maybe. So our bag of information, you know, our bag of information is actually valid. So what I mean is that this bag of information that I was my God, I cannot. This bag of information I was speaking about before, right? Which is basically all of this, is maintained, right? Is maintained. I'm just changing my visual appearance into a rat. And this will work. I think it will work. The only thing I don't know is if I will be able to move, because my player controller will be sending... but I think yes. Because he will be sending the input to the ALS... to the ALS guy. And all my IK will not match anymore. But no, but it's okay, because I think we'll be fine. I think moving may be fine. The problem will be, for example, dying or attacking, right? If I will try to attack, what is going through the code? It will go through the character blueprint. Yes, so it will try in this blueprint, which is the blueprint of someone else, to actually attack, and that will not work. That will not work. The animation will not work, I think, because the blueprint is wrong. Now, I think that this is telling us that maybe we should really move those functions up once to the character BP, so to the generic character BP, and then split by race, like we were saying before, so that I'm exactly where I left my guy. Okay, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Morph me. I mean, I can type whatever, because anyways are coded, so. Morph me rat. Let's go. I didn't even go through that? Why? Wait, there is something... There is something not working in the sense that the function of morph was not called. Which is kind of weird. Because the race, because it is checking my input. So yes, I need to say rat. If I don't say rat, wait. Let me see list, by the way. Let me remove this breakpoint because it's useless at the moment. Rat is in the list. Okay, no, I need to put a valid value.
Gods, this can't be happening.
No, I need to put a valid value. Okay, it's doing it. It's doing something. I don't know what will happen, but it's doing something. It didn't do shit. What? How is it possible? It didn't do anything. What? It's not replicated? Oh my god, it's not replicated. He did it only server side? No, I don't believe it. I mean, set skeletal mesh is not... is not replicated.
I never would have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes.
I agree. I agree. Set skeletal mesh is not replicating. Oh my god, okay, I can do it manually, but... Yeah, it seems that it's not replicated. You know that sometimes when I search stuff, I find my own answers, which is super fun. I don't know if this one, because some of the... yeah, it's working. It's forcing the replication on the client. I think it's not replicated, huh? So actually we are a rat on the server, but we don't see it on the client. You know? Okay, but it's fine. It's fine. We can replicate it, but first I need to check my dinner 1 second because it's 10 p.m. I didn't do any dinner. And it's starting to be late, but let me check 1 second. Do I have anything quick? Do I have anything quick? No. Yes, maybe. No. And also, I want to eat this. Holy moly! Holy moly! What is going on here? Holy moly! I think at the end we will do this. I think at the end, I'm really hungry now. Holy shit! I'm really hungry. 1 second. Okay, I have to defreeze some stuff to thaw. I have to thaw some stuff. I have to thaw. Well, I have to defreeze some stuff, but I'm really hungry. Really hungry. I want to eat something anyway. Right. I'm eating just some mozzarella, okay? Waiting for the main dish, and then I'm... 1 second. Mozzarella. You know mozzarella? Otherwise I die. Not bad. 1 second, huh? I'm eating some mozzarella, otherwise I pass out because I'm too angry. Okay. I'm back. I mean, kind of back. Yeah, I'm back. I just ate something because I was like dying. I was like dying. No, we need to replicate. We need to replicate, but it's very easy. We just take this, you know, we put in another function, and this function will be a multi thingy, right? Will be broadcast change skeletal mesh, right? For now can be without parameters, who cares? And right now we need this guy to be what? We need this guy to be multi something. To be. No, we have one already. I remember how it's called is multi broadcast, whatever. Net multicast. Okay. So we need this function to be this, right? Assuming that admin manager is already in a real class. Fuck, is not. Okay. We're gonna call it on PS character, which is anyway better. So we will put it here. Will be a multicast. So this will be on target actually. So this one doesn't exist here, but it will be on the other side, and it will be called, yeah, something like that. It will be called broadcast change skeletal mesh. For now, we put no parameters because anyway everything is hard coded and it's okay. Then we will do it right. One day, boys, we will do it right. Okay, so basically what we are asking now to Unreal is to send this is to execute this thing everywhere. Okay, so on all the connected clients. Just because we added the net multicast reliable. Hello, Mezzo. Yes, you are right. Yes. It's just to do a test, but you are very right. Yes. We need to do it with a variable. Absolutely. But it's just to test a bit the problem. But yes, you are right. We should. I mean, we have all the other things that way, so we should do it with an on-rep notify of a variable. Absolutely. Otherwise, yes, the other guy will join later, and we'll not see him as. Ah, fuck. We need a. Actually, we need at least one variable, which is the target character. Otherwise, yeah, I need to do it with a rep notify. Absolutely. The problem is which variable. The problem is which variable to use because I think we have race anyway. Do we want to change the race? Because because in theory should be because we have obviously we are changing a variable in our guy, right? And with the variable that we are changing, the problem is that our variable is not a straight variable, is an overridable thingy on top of a buffable something else. I mean, it's a series of classes which are none of them are Unreal Blueprint or whatever, Unreal enabled. But even if it's not a blueprint thingy, I think it's okay, no? Even if it's not a U property, no, it must be a U property. But a U property, I mean, it must be a property managed by Unreal because I have my own class, you know, it's my own class. I don't think you can. I don't think you can rep notify on your own class. Fuck, I'm stupid. Why didn't it take me? Okay, anyway. Because in theory you could do it on someone else. Stop. I know. I mean, this is just to test the thing. Then I will think about it. Because anyway, I think that this is probably not the best way anyway. This may not be the best way anyway. Someone requested 2 tickets to be closed. Very nice. Let me see. Museum signs post is leaning. Standing straight now. Nice. Accept. Fixed. And sword sticking out of museum. Nice. Fixed. Good. Guys, if you have bugs open, you know, please, that are set as ready to test, or they are set as fixed pending release, but now we released. Please request closure. I mean, check them and then request closure. Okay. What do you mean one failed? One resolved external. What do you want? Ah, because I didn't implement it. And also, no, I deleted the text. No, oh no, I put it here. Should be called what? Should be called broadcast change skeletal mesh implementation, right? Something like that. GG. I mean, it has to be a U property, but okay, I think it's doing something. I think it's doing something. I want to become a rat. Please make me a rat. I know it's a strange question. I know. I mean, no one wants to become a rat, but in this case, we want to. Okay, while he's starting, no, because I want to see what happens. What happens to all the attached? What happens to all the attached thingies? Like my sword, my bracers, my helm. What happens? They get destroyed because the mesh got destroyed? Or they just float into nothingness forever? Drum roll. Drum roll. I have a lot of levels, huh? A lot of levels, bad idea. You can do it, bro. I want to see if I'm able to move. I mean, I don't. There are so many things that I don't know how it will react by swapping. Come on, server, you can do it. How it will react by swapping the main skeletal mesh. I'm okay if they get destroyed. I want them to be destroyed in this case. We will recreate them later. Okay, morph me rat. Go, boys! Okay. Okay. So, what happened? What happened is that the main mesh, which in our character is actually the torso, because our character is split in different pieces, right? The torso actually has been replaced with the rat, which is correct. But we have a problem because the rat is upside down, which means that the animation, and also is not moving, which means that the animation blueprint has not been set. So it means that this one is not working as expected. So probably the skeletal mesh, I mean the animation class has not been set, or the animation mode has not been set. Yeah, anim class is empty. So, okay. So, I don't know how to get the animation class of my of my thingy. Should it be... No, it's attached properly. Should it be like this? I don't know, I'm always struggling to understand this freaking stupid syntax. This freaking stupid syntax of Unreal on this thing. Why? I mean... Why? Okay, let's try like this. I don't know, there is a way. I don't know which one is the way. Let me search. I don't want to load the object. I just want the uClass reference. I don't want the load. I want the find. Thank you. Test name. Why test name? Why they didn't provide an example, bro? You are so evil. Why test name? Why? You are so fucking evil. Why you didn't tell me? Why? Load. Everyone is going load. I don't want the load. I want the find. Fuck. So there is not one example of find object. I mean, on Google. No, I'm not finding it to load it. I'm finding it to set it, which is different. I'm finding it to set. Brah. You know what I can do? I can move this line. I can move this line in my bunch of tests, so we don't even start the client. We just test if he's finding it or not. I have a bunch of tests somewhere that is loaded at the beginning when the server starts. It's not here. It's probably in game mode. Bunch of tests. Perfect. Let me see if I have this find object somewhere, because maybe I... no. Find object is another thing. No, this find object is another find object. It's not him. It's not him. Bunch of tests. Okay, let's go bunch of tests. Let's go bunch of tests. So I want to see if this thing is returning anything or not, right? And I want to see how... I need a U class, basically. I need a U class. Dang, you read fast. Yeah, but sometimes I also assume or whatever. Is reading with imagination. U class type name is not allowed. What? Bro, I copied it from the other thing. What do you mean? Because we are not in a... What? I copied the same line. Because we are in a static environment and here we are not in a static environment? No, because game mode is initialized. What do you need? What? PS Unreal, you don't have the right includes? I mean, you don't... What? What? Why you cannot do it? Why cannot do it here? What is... What? What is your problem? Fuck. Okay, do it here. I mean, to me it's the same. Do it somewhere, wherever you want, but do it. Failed. U class cannot be used. I mean, inside plane shift, inside the game mode, we cannot find. I mean, we cannot use U class. I mean, okay, fuck it. Okay, we will do it here. We will keep it here. The only problem is that of this is that we need to start the client, you know, and that's annoying. So how do I reference this? How do I reference this? Should I reference it this way? Or should I reference it this way? I don't know. Are we sure that I don't have another find object? Because I have a kind of a deja vu feeling, but I have a big deja vu feeling. Let me just search all my code for find objects, like entire solution, no, like current project. I mean, it obviously will find it now where we just typed it, but find character class. Find character class is exactly. So we do it here, right? We do it in find character class. Now, find character class is doing what? Is appending character underscore C at the race. Is appending character underscore C at the race. And then is so basically it's only underscore C then. Hey, but it doesn't work because it was the one that I tried before, no? No, but it's going clean, it's going, it's going clean. It's going only... So it's going like this, but like this I tried already. And it didn't find it. I think, no? I think we tried... This one is the first one that I tried. Have you done this before? Yes, I used that function to load our character class. To load our character class, we use the find object, but I mean, at the moment, our problem is that we are not just finding the animation blueprint to associate. I mean, in theory, we could also load it, but it's a bit of a waste, you know? Because I will load it just to get the class name. Then I will pass the class name to Unreal, and Unreal will reload it again. So, I mean, if I can, I would avoid, you know? Oops, our legs are up. So morph me rat. Hey, anim class is null. I don't know why. I don't know what it's searching. How is it searching it? But we can debug this freaking find object. But I have no idea. It will be declare casted intrinsic. GG, bro. GG. Hello, VHD Herr JJJJJ. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Bro, why doesn't find it? Why doesn't find my rat animation blueprint? Why? It doesn't like rats. It doesn't like rats. I mean, if I go, okay, if I go Stonebreaker, I think it will load it because this is what we have, right? So if I copy it from the other guy, like this one, Stone BM character C, I mean, this one I think is actually found. This one should be found. Let me try with this one and see if it's found. But this one for sure is found. Now, it's not compatible with this guy. That's the problem. But I just want to see if it finds it. Try adding the path and remove the underscore C. I tried a bit of few things, but the path should be this one. Actually, we can do this. We can try, you know, we can try 20 ways and maybe one will work. Maybe. We can try like this. We can try underscore C. We can try like this dot this. We can try this dot C dot not C. We can try dot C not C DC. I don't know what else you want to try. We can try like this. We can try like this. Okay, let's try all of them. Let's try all of them. And we will see what happens. You know, when you are close to a breakthrough, you are just testing things randomly, right? And this is exactly where we are. So it means that we are close to a breakthrough. What do you mean at runtime? We are at runtime. What do you mean? What do you mean at runtime? We do this at runtime. Do you mean not hard-coded or what? What do you mean? What do you Heavy C++ programming, huh? Bah, maybe not. But anyway. Just while the game is running. Yeah, the game is running. What do you mean? What do you mean? I want to be a rat. Please. I want to be a rat. Okay. Null pointer. Null pointer. Null pointer. Null pointer. Null pointer. Null pointer. And null pointer. Good job, boys. Okay. I mean, that's the name of the thing. I copied the name. Now, I may be wrong, but let's see again. But I copied the thing. Let me try again, but... Let me try again, my friend. Okay. Where is my rat? Where is my rat? NPC. Rat. Yes. Rat and MVP. Copy reference. Bro, copy reference. So our rat is this. Stop it because you failed. Our rat is this. Is an in blueprint game NPC rat and MVP dot rat and MVP. So should I give him also this? But I don't think so. I think when I did the find object the other time. Wait a second though. Wait a second. Why this one failed? The last one. Why this one failed? Why? Because the last one is the one that we actually use in the game. How is it possible that this one failed? This one null pointer, this was null pointer as well. Are we doing it in a place that we should not do it because we don't have the context, we don't have, I don't know what we don't have, but... You know, this one... Ah, wait a second. Wait a second. Class package. What is class package? Ah, yes, is any package. Yes. But wait a second, huh? Wait a second, because sometimes life is harder than you think. But we have all the tricks in our sleeves, okay? Okay, I mean, this one cannot fail. This one is working. I tell you, it is working. I see dwarfs sometimes, and so that one is working. Unless there is another one next. Yes, there is another one next which is pointing to the same guy. So probably this one is always failing. Fuck. Yeah, so we get the dwarf from this one, I think. And this one is a load, it's not a find. But I need the find. I need the find. I need the freaking find. Please. Please. No, but I'm not giving up, huh? I mean, it's very hard to have me give up. I mean, it's very hard. I mean, you can try, but... I mean, maybe I can give up for a bit, but then... I'm coming back. No, but this one, I think this one will never work. But anyway, just for sake of completion. So which one I didn't do? I mean, I didn't the clean one. Okay, this one. I didn't do. I mean, we did it before, but it's not in the list. But let's put it in. Let's put it in. Let's put it in. So up we have all the ones with the paths, right? Which one we are missing? I don't know. We have all the possible combinations. I mean, underscore C underscore C. I mean, underscore C is crazy. I have no other ideas. These are all the ones that I can... You're pretty sure it's the type? And we said any package. Class package? I mean, what can I say instead? I mean, more than anything, what is it? Any package? EU object? EU object. He wants the EU object. What do you mean? Find an optional object. I mean, you want me to put here my target character? I mean, my target character is a EU object. I don't know. What do you want me here? What do you want? What do you want? Hey, U class. I need a U class as a result. I need a U class as a result. Is it the same path on the server? Yes, because client and server are identical. For Unreal, basically when you are generating a game with Unreal, your client and your server are running the same code, incredibly enough. Isn't that crazy? With the only difference that the server is not loading the textures. Thank God. Thank Team Sweeney didn't do. But yeah, the server is basically, the server and the client are basically a copy of each other. Now you can strip some stuff. For example, in our case, the database connection is removed from the client side, right? So we stripped that code with a kind of an if, you know, that is like a if def whatever. And so we are removing the SQL connection. Otherwise the client will try to connect to the database, which is not a good idea. Which is not a good idea. Okay. Please, I want to be a rat. Morph me rat. Easy. Easy. Null pointer, 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 null pointer. Easy find object. But he didn't complain, huh? He didn't complain. I mean, I gave him a kind of a random character and he said, okay, I'm gonna search. I'm gonna search inside his character. I mean, it doesn't give a shit. Whatever why these guys really in the official documentation put everything except the name to pass to find object? I mean, there is the example, right? There is the example in the documentation. Look, find object. Look what they have here. Look how bastards they can be. Look how bastard they can be. Some examples of using each function. Fuck you. Try changing your class to an inbuilt class. You suggested that when we first started. Really? Holy shit. I will scroll back and check it. An im class, not u class. Ah, yes, you did. Yeah, but u class, you should be a super class of everything, no? I mean, what's the point? But okay. U anim blueprint generated class. Holy moly. U anim blueprint. Yeah, my Visual Studio generated class. Okay. 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 I mean, can I go back to any package, or do we want the target chart to be here? That I really don't know, boys. There start to be so many variables that I don't know which one to change anymore. Now this will complain because U class is not compatible or something. So hard to be a programmer. I want to do art, only art. Only drawing lines, only drawing lines. There is never a bug in drawing lines. Never a bug. Anyway, if it works, I will post it on freaking Answer Hub, you know? Because that's ridiculous. There is not one example in the whole Google. In the whole internet, there is not an example. Not one example. Can I create a program that is randomly generated strings, and so we are brute forcing this mechanism? So that he's trying random letters here, and random letters here. And then it's just checking if this is coming out null or not. And I let it go for the whole night. I think it will test, you know, billions of combinations. And maybe we find how to do it. So we can we can brute force the code, you know. A million opinion in art. If code works, is good. Yeah, that's a very good point. That's a very good point, because if your code works, no one is gonna be upset about it or tell you, no, that's not the way. No. Right? Okay. Null pointer, 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 null pointer. Ah, pain! 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 Yeah, exactly. Write a program to write a program. Ah, okay. Like we can write a program that is writing a program to brute force anything randomly. So he's trying to brute force even stuff that cannot be brute force, but he's trying anyway. Come on, one working example of find object. One working example of find object on the internet 1. 1. I'm not saying 20. I'm saying 1. Find object not working. You know what will be the answer? The answer will be use load object and then do get class. Okay, this is what I'm gonna do at the end, but fuck you. After digging into use of find object, I believe I found the problem. It seems the load object might be used before. What do you mean might be used before? There are two different functions. Fuck. Just use load object instead of find object. Okay, GG. GG. No one knows. Resolved, you see? Resolved. Resolved. What do you mean resolved? What do you mean resolved? What do you mean? Resolved. Another one. Resolved. Find object. Static load. Static load. Yeah, everyone is loading. Did you search over Ucode? That's a very, very good idea. That's a very, 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 very good idea. That's a very, very... Where is Unreal? Here. Very good idea. Do they... I mean, I'm sure they use it. Please, I need a class. Anything. Give me a class. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Current project. Current project. The problem is that the problem is that there will be. That's me, by the way, when I was a kid. And on that stay, that's me when I was a kid. Current project. Well, we have the thing debugging, and we have this thing running, and we have maybe too much stuff open. So it's not a great idea to locate the next match while debugging, huh? While debugging, but we are stopped. Yeah, we are stopped. So it's okay. So it's the same speed. We are actually stopped. There will be no find object in the wall code base. No find object in the wall code base. No one knows how to use it. It never worked. And people can save millions of lines of code. But no. They all load object first. And then they get class. Hundreds of thousands of projects. Lines. Wasted to nothingness. We need to rise against this. Hey, I was assured that we would find something like this. Name. Okay, what is name? I mean, I can run. You know what I can do? I can run the freaking edit. Yes, this is a great idea. This is even a better idea, boys. Look at this. Look at this. Inline. Fucking line. Fucking line. So I cannot even debug it. Do you think I can debug it, or it will be optimized away? I think it will be optimized. I think I will not be able to debug it. Because you know what is the idea? The idea is to launch the editor. Is to launch the editor and then debug and then put a breakpoint and see what is coming in. But this fucking shit is inline. What do you mean find an optional object? My objects are not optional. What do you mean optional? You mean an object that can be used as an option in a dropdown? There is also exact class, which by default is false. I don't know. I don't know, boys. I have no idea, but now we're gonna do this. Look, we're gonna do this. We're gonna properties, debug, remove server, and remove game, and remove log, and remove whatever. So the editor will start. The editor will start in debug mode, and we will see this freaking name. Even if unfortunately with the inline, I think we will never go through, and we will never be able to see it. I think, but let's see. Let's try. Wow, we are already here. Class. What do you mean class? Name equal class? What do you mean class? What the fuck is class? Class. Okay, maybe, you know, at the beginning is doing some weird initialization, so... Name class. Why I cannot see it? Is invalid? Sometimes I cannot see it. Like now, I cannot debug it. Variable is optimized. Thank you. Class again. It's always class. Okay, for now it's over class. I think it's loading like a zillion of things. Let me just run. Okay, let me just run. And then stop it after a bit because I think at the beginning it's just loading class. It's just loading all the classes in a we don't need that. We need to know when it's populating that freaking drop down because he's populating that drop down, right, with all the possible animation blueprints, and so he's using this one. I'm sure. I'm sure he's doing that. Class. Name is always class. And sometimes is empty. Or is class or is not visible. Okay. Now when I open this, it needs to populate that freaking drop down, okay? And so it needs to get the name animation blueprint. I want to see how we can do that without reading that variable. Name animation instance. Interesting. Okay. Give me another one. Fuck, this rat character really had to be exactly on top of the... Fuck you. Animation instance. Class. 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 Fuck. I think he's doing it in another way. It's always class. It's always class. I don't know, maybe it's not designed to search an object. But it's in the documentation. The documentation says to freaking do it this way. Where was that? Before the no. Before the no. I mean, he's here. He's here. But you see what it says? If you want to use the UObject only if it has already been loaded. What do you mean? Then the right choice is find object. I mean, is it really true that if it's not been loaded, find object will not find it? Yeah, but how do I know? And by the way, I have rats in my game, no? Okay. Okay. Easy. Okay, easy. We load it and then we find it, okay? We load it and then we find it. And you cannot complain anymore. And then I remove the load and I want to see if it's null. But at least I know the right syntax. At least I know the right syntax. Char class name. Char class name. Game blueprints. Class name left chop 2. What the fuck is this? Dot class name. What do you mean left chop? Okay, let me load this because I know that. Let me load this because I know that it works, okay? What happened? Making progress? I don't know. I mean, this thing is a bitch. But I think that is probably the point. I think find object is probably only scanning the object that he has in memory. The problem is that if I'm calling this a million times, why I need to load the object? Or maybe load class is smart enough to do a find, and if it doesn't, and if he finds it already, it's not gonna load it again. Maybe static load is smart enough, you know? Do you think it's smart enough? Static load object internal. Okay. And if he's already loaded, he's not doing anything. Okay, at least that's good. At least that's good. So in reality, no, because I was a bit scared of using load class, you know, because I was saying if I broadcast this a million times and I need to load this model every time just to get his U class and blah blah blah. But actually, it is doing a check. So if he's loaded already, I mean, yes, he's calling like 20 functions, but that is very quick, so it should not be a problem. He's checking if he's already loaded or not. If he's already loaded, he's not loading it again. So in reality, at the end, we can really use load class. I mean, it's annoying, but it's annoying because it invalidates all our theories. But okay, I mean, fine. At least we understood it. But I want to see, I want to see if I load it, right? If I load this shit. And then, no, let me load this shit. No, let me load, what? Game blueprints. No, let me load NPC rat, whatever. NPC rat. And then this. No, we didn't have it with a C. What the fuck? We didn't have no CC? Cannot believe it. I mean, we didn't have the only one that we think it could have worked. Which means this one. But I tested it a million times anyway. I really tested it a million times. But we didn't have this one, which is the clean no C dot C. So strange, boys. Anyway. Because I think that one is the one that will work, eh? By seeing the... What is load none means? No idea. Load none. So you can ask him not to load stuff? Load none. What is this load none? It's very interesting. Maybe you use load class just to find it, but you don't load it? I don't know. I like that. I don't know what is it, but I like it. It is just a test. We don't really want to go with hard-coded. Yes, it's a test. But I will have to go hard-coded anyway. Because I don't know who my rat is, so... I mean, the problem is that I don't know... well, I can create this path dynamically. But then I need to be sure that we name them properly. I think we can ensure that we name them properly. So I can create the... Like we do for characters. For characters, I do the same. So for characters we do this, right? That is the line. So he's searching inside blueprints to see if there is that particular class. If he doesn't find it, he searches inside NPC to see if there is particular class. If he doesn't find it, then he's defaulting to our Stonebreaker guy. And yeah. Okay, let's try this. What I'm concerned about loading a blueprint when you set it afterwards, it has to be loaded. Yeah, it has to be loaded, but I just didn't want to load it twice. But I think that probably Unreal is smart enough to not to load it twice. And also I wanted to see this find object working. Because I mean, I tried already 1 million times. And I wanted to see, I wanted to understand how that find object is actually working, no? I mean, if I can use find object, I would prefer to use find object, but if, and now we will discover it now, because probably now we will see that after the load, our find object works. And if after the load our find object works, then we solve the mystery. Yeah, it doesn't load it twice, huh? But actually, I'm asking him to load it, you know, so that's what I was, I don't know. I'm asking him to load and to put it into a variable, but anyway. I think the only reason is that I was a bit stubborn on having find object working. Morph me rat. Morph him into a rat, please. Okay, let me see if this one... Fuck, this one is failing as well. Why? This loading of the rat is not working. But I don't understand why, because here we are loading... I mean, in pre-game helper we are loading in the same way. I'm loading a actor, right? I'm loading a actor. And I'm loading in the same way I'm loading in my pregame helper, right? Where we take the character class, which is generated by game/blueprints. And then I don't understand why we have this class name left chop 2, but because we have the underscore C. Okay. We have the underscore C. So I remove the underscore C. Because it's not an A actor. Because it's not an A actor. So it's this, huh? I think it's this. I think it's this. Is this thing? Anime blueprint generated. Why generated? Shouldn't be you anime blueprint, no? Ah, wait, because the game is on. It is becoming harder than I was thinking. It is harder than I was thinking. When I said we just load the rat and it works, you know? We went into this find object and we lost what, 1 hour? Fuck. Fuck. Really playing. Okay, it's loading. He's loading. Fuck. Why is null? Yeah, I still need to eat. Annoying bitch. Annoying bitch. Why? Let me debug. Let me debug. But this one for sure is game blueprints. I mean, 100% is the game NPC rat. Game NPC rat. Rat and MVP dot rat and NPC. In theory, it's the same. I don't know if maybe animation blueprints are not loaded this way. Maybe it's not a class. I don't know. Maybe it's not a... I have no idea. But in theory, it's the same as... I don't understand. There is something weird going on. It's the same as this. And this, it works for sure. Is the same as this slash StoneMB character dot StoneMB character C. This one is the one that we use, right? And so it should work. I don't understand what is the issue. And this one is an A actor. I don't know. Does it work only with actors? Does it work only with actors? I have no idea. Yeah, the left chop 2 is because it's removing the underscore C from here because I'm passing it with underscore C. What I'm doing? What I'm doing? Okay. Yeah, it's just because we are passing it that way and... It's not the best, I know, but I could avoid left chop and add underscore C. It's a bit of a... But anyway, it's working. All our character in the game are loaded like that. All of them. Every NPC, every every character is going through that function. So there is no way why it should not work. But that function has been built to be error proof because he's trying 6 different methods, right? He's trying 6 different methods of loading, and then he uses the one that worked. So maybe also this line is not working for that reason. Maybe it's another one. Right, but when I click here, just to, if I debug the other I have the debug here, okay. When I click here and I enter the game, you see, we are going through this, and this character class name is game blueprints, the more name character, the more name character underscore C. So it's exactly what we have, right? Is exactly what we have here. No, here. What? It actually crashed. What the fuck? Come on, what is my code? It crashed on this line? Are we in a context where things are not working? Because sometimes Unreal has this concept of a context, you know? That you are, you know, you are in a place I mean, why crash now? If object package is different than any package, is an assertion, right? Is an assertion. Okay. So in my code, I have any package. Maybe it crashed on this line though. Do you think it crashed on this line and not on this line? But it didn't crash before, so what the fuck is going on in this life? Boys. Did it crash? Did it crash on that line or on the next line? I don't know. Can you debug which line is working? Yes, I can. But I think the first one. But I can. I mean, is the I didn't check the variable, but it's the one that I was looking at. The when you click on the character, is that one? I don't understand this. And by the way, in the other code, we have null pointer. We don't have any package. And anyway, any package is equal to -1, just for your information. So basically, any package can be assimilated to a null pointer somehow, but maybe not. I don't know. I'm starting to be annoyed by this problem. I'm starting to be annoyed by this problem. Yes, but I can check, you know, when I go here and I enter the game. Fuck, did I remove the breakpoint? I think I removed the breakpoint. Shit. Shit. Okay. I will do it at the next run, okay? I just want to understand when he's crashing here, or... Yes, he's crashing here on check object package equal to any package. Because object package is 0FFFFFFFFFF. So it means that he changed it somehow. He changed it through his freaking searches. Because I'm passing any package. And he's then changing it along, I mean... I think this Unima blind probably doesn't like this thing. Or maybe it doesn't like all these additional parameters. But all these additional parameters are exactly the one that we have in my code here. Bah, boys. Okay, I will check which one is working here, okay? But I'm pretty sure it's this one. This one is the one that is working, I think. But I mean, I'm like 100% sure, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know, there is something weird anyway happening. There is something weird happening, I don't know what, but... It's like I should not do that on the server side. I have the feeling that I'm like in a place where those things should not be done. Because it's crashing like in weird ways and...
Everything will be fine. Don't worry.
Everything will be good. Don't worry, don't worry. Okay, so I think this result will be valid, okay? Yes, you see, and we will return result. So this actually loaded my character, which is a Dermorian male character. And the character class name is... I can copy it and make it a bit bigger for you because I understand it is super small Erinos. It's super small. Is this, okay? Is this. So it's game blueprints, Dermorian M character, dot Dermorian M character underscore C, right? So in the same way, I think that this one will load, right? This one will load. Now the problem is, are you sure that this U1 blueprint is the right way? Why is not U1 blueprint, which I don't know, looks like a better one? And let me go back to my null pointer. Even if probably any package is, and let me put this one first, just to see, because this one is exactly the same one, or even better. I can copy, you know, I can copy the one that I just pasted to you. So this one loaded 1 second ago, so this one cannot fail, right? So we can even be more sure. Perseverance rewards you with a stronger character. Oh yes. We are never gonna give up. No matter what. No matter what will happen. We will actually win this. For any problem, there is a solution, my friends. And we will find a solution. No matter what. No matter what. Okay, so now I think what will happen is that it will work. So I can blame Mezzo for giving me the right line, and so I can go to sleep happy. Because I can say, ah, you see, it was not my fault. Oh. Oh. Yeah, we don't need this breakpoint anymore. Yes, I'm here again, and I want to become a rat. Again. Okay, so this one is the one that must work. Okay. No. What? What do you mean, object package any package? Because he wants a null pointer? He doesn't like any package? What the fuck is going on? Okay, go out of this. Go out of this. Go out of this. Go out of everything. I don't want to see everything. Go out. 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 Go out of this shit. Fuck. Doesn't want to. Okay. Easy. So it seems he didn't like this class package, okay, in this line. I mean, he really wants my syntax without... I mean, he really wants my syntax like this. I mean, I think this is the only way he's able to load stuff. Because any package is not... it's not working. Any package is not working. Or maybe it's these additional parameters at the end? Maybe. Maybe. Para-pam pam para-pam pam. Do you think my meat is unfrozen by now? Is that the back of my PC? Sorry, I got distracted by a picture that they posted of something that we are building. So morph me rat. Okay. Can you please not fail in this line? Okay, thank you. Anim class. Okay, so like this, which is exactly the way we load it, exactly with these parameters, this one works. Now, can you please load my freaking blueprint? No, null. Okay. The animation blueprint cannot be loaded. I don't know, I mean... animation blueprint doesn't work. I mean, it's identical to this, bro. The only difference is this. Animation blueprint... animation blueprint, animation blueprint, animation blueprint. Load class, load class. I don't know, what class is that? How do I know the class of a thing? Maybe in the editor it tells us, no? Maybe if I right click or something, it tells us... yeah, probably, yes, exactly. It was on find object, and load object is complaining a lot on it. So, if I search, I want to know the class of this. Parent class. Okay, parent class. Native parent class. PS character, BP. No, but I want to know the class of this guy. Class setting. PS character BP. I mean, it doesn't tell me, but if I copy reference, you know, if I copy reference, he's telling me rat character, rat character. If I copy reference of my animation blueprint, if I copy reference of my animation blueprint, right? Parent class. It says anim instance though, Anim instance. Anim instance. Anim blueprint. Anim instance. It's one of the two. Anim instance. We try anim instance. I mean the parent class, but I don't know, maybe it's enough. Maybe the parent is enough. But anyway, this line I will have to execute. So we are not wasting time because this line I will have to execute it anyway, right? I will have to. Just with the parameterized, I mean, the difference is that this will be parameterized, you know, it will not be hard-coded like that. But this line, I need it. I need it because I need to change the skeleton. I mean, the skeletal mesh. I need to change the skeletal mesh, and I need to change also the anim BP. So I absolutely need that line. So we are not wasting our time. We are really trying to do what we need to do. Luckily enough, you know, our game is loading pretty quick. So there is no... I mean, it's fairly quick to do this. Oh, finally. It was anim instance. GG, boys. Okay, so this one is loaded. Now, wait. Because now we have, finally, the proof. The proof, I want to say. The freaking proof. Yes, this find object is working. This find object is working. Okay. 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 Okay, 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 okay. Okay, boys. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. We are getting closer. Everything will work. So basically at the end, you know, for the animation instance, yes, you need to call in the same way. So you see what I'm doing now? I'm taking the one that is actually working and trying to see if it's working before the load classes. Okay? And probably the answer is no. If it's working now, it means that I always misspelled this thing in all the previous tests. And that would be very sad, but it's okay. Doing mistakes makes us learn new things, so it's fine. So at the end, it's fine. Okay, Zap, sorry, I got distracted because it website asked me an authentication. I don't know. Actually, the chat didn't freaking work. Bro, I'm clicking on crosswalks. Yes. No, because there is an authentication. You know the authentication that they ask you to identify like crosswalks and things like that? Okay, this is the moment of truth, boys. This is the moment of truth. Null. So they are actually right. They are actually right. They are actually right. So is not explained very well here, but at the end is something that I was really not aware of, but that's what it is. No, I wanted to find the answer where, because I want to type my answer, but there was one that was saying like find object not working or something like that. I mean, it was 2015, but yes, it's exactly this one. It's exactly this one, and I want to. Can I answer to this guy? Can I add my... I'm logged in or not? I'm not logged in. Add a new comment. Yes, I tested the same with this code. With this code. Fuck, I deleted it. I did it the same with this code. Can I... Wait, I just need to do this because otherwise... I need to make it code, because if you don't make it code, it's like... looking weird. Why I don't have the preview? Did the same with this code. Did the same with this code. Note the first and third lines are identical, but the first one, the first line, will return null, and the third will return the right value. So find object really works only if the object is already loaded. In addition to that, I checked the load object code, and it's anyway doing a find first, to ensure it's not loading twice. GG! Yeah. Absolutely. So our rat made it also into this post, right? Which is insane. For him, it's very good. Now, crosswalks. Wait a second, I'm trying to authenticate on the chat because I cannot read the chat anymore. Vehicles. I mean, vehicles. Come on, bro, please. Traffic lights. Yes, traffic lights. Why are you asking me so many? It's not letting me log in. I cannot see the chat at the moment. What do you mean something went wrong? Okay, I can see the chat again. I can see the chat again. Okay, so now, can we become a rat or not? I don't understand if we can become a rat or we cannot. Can we please? Can we please? So now the point is that I think that the rat will look correct, meaning that it will be at my feet. I will not have the torso, which is the main mesh that we use, right? Because our characters are built in pieces, and the main torso is the torso is the main mesh, and then we have the other meshes added on top. So that will be fine, and he will probably move as well. So if that's true, that would already be a good point. Right? Let me just go through this. Okay. Exactly. Exactly. So, perfect. Okay, so this is what I wanted to do 2 hours ago, okay? But now, okay, we see the other pieces just because I didn't hide the other pieces, right? I didn't hide the other pieces, but obviously it is a completely new character. This character only has one mesh, while my character has multiple meshes. But in theory, imagine that I hide these pieces, right? Imagine that I hide these pieces. You will think that now you are a rat, right? You can also jump, so I'm pretty happy that you can move. And you can use your inventory, apart from some breakpoints, okay? Breakpoints. You can use your inventory exactly the same way as a rat, right? And you can use your spells. Do you think you can use your spells? Do you think you can mantle? I don't think you can mantle. Can you mantle? Can you mantle on something? Yes, you can. It's just that the animation is not shown, but the mantle actually works. You see? It's boosting himself up. Okay. Can I cast a spell as a rat? That would be very nice. That would be very, very nice to cast a spell as a rat, actually. Can I do it? Wow. Wow. So, you know, the advantage of this method compared to the other method is that the only thing that we did actually is to, going back to our schema, right? We didn't change this, obviously, the player controller. We didn't change this. We didn't change any of that, right? We didn't change this. The only thing that we changed is these two pieces. The skeletal mesh and the animation blueprint. Right? These are the only two things that we changed. Now, what is the problem? The problem is that now I did it with a rat that doesn't have hands to hold weapons and everything else. It doesn't have an hairstyle. It doesn't have an hairstyle. It doesn't have anything. Right? But if I try to morph myself into a human, then all the traits will be wrong, because we are not running again the code to re-equip all the stuff, right? I don't know exactly what will happen, but we can see it. I can just morph myself into, now that I know how to do it, you know, I can even make it parametric now, maybe. Yes, I think we can make it parametric now, so that we can morph into whatever we want. And then we need to remember to do it with the rep notify. But I really need to eat, though. Fuck. The mozzarella was very good anyway. Wait a second, I need to check my food. Yes, it seems to be defrosted enough. Looks like or not? Nearly. Not really, but Okay, now I'm defrosting it for real. Not with my PC, but with with the oven. Because defrosting with the PC is fun, but sometimes it's not good enough. But I just wanted to use all that heat, you know, that is usually got wasted for something useful. Okay, let's try to make it proper, okay? Well, partially proper. Partially proper. Partially proper. Where do we go? We go here. Okay. So we want, you know, this implementation needs to have as a parameter. Maybe we can just do it with a. We want to do it with a variable. Let's do it with a variable, so it's already correct. Otherwise, we write code for nothing. Okay, so if you want to do it with an onRep notify on a variable, we need to decide. We need to decide. No. What? I don't have an onRep notify. Ah, see, yes, I see. Replicated using is called. Okay. Replicated using. Now the point is that our race is in a stupid place. Our race. Do we have a race mesh? I mean, for sure we have it, but I don't know if this race mesh. Wait. Set mesh. Set mesh. Ah, is this one? We have it already. And is already replicated. But is not rep notify. Is not rep notify at the moment. Is only replicated. I don't know if I change it to replicated using. If he's going to mess up anything else or really? The tiger turned his head by itself on the sound? Oh my god, that's very creepy, yeah. Maybe because when I went away, it was like in a default position, and then he reset, Okay, I think we can use this one. We can change this one now. This one is a bit risky, yeah. So we need to do it. We need to do it only by knowing exactly what we are doing, huh? Because if we mess up this variable, I think can be a problem. Usually I call them onRep underscore. Okay. onRep underscore. Okay. So this will be onRep underscore change race mesh. Okay, even if I think we have a change race mesh already, but onRep change race mesh, right? Okay. Now I just want to see, must just be a function, nothing else. Okay, might just be a function. And then what? Must just be a function. Why is virtual? Why is virtual? No idea. And then what? And then anything specific about implementation? I'm just copying from another one that I did, right? Set traits on wrap. I think this one is going to in the blueprint probably. Yes, it's going in the blueprint. Okay, this one is going in the blueprint. But yes, there's nothing else than just doing that, so it's fairly easy. I was just double checking that I was not forgetting something, but it seems to be fairly easy. So we can just rename our function onWrapChangeMesh, and then we just need to be sure that that variable is actually changed, but I think it is. I think it is. Now, which kind of... Ah, fuck. But we need... No, we don't need anything. We don't need anything because this will happen on the race. This will happen on the target already. So I think that the fact is happening on the target is already good enough. So the only thing that we need to do, we need to be sure that we set this in our morph code, right? So, but I think it's already happening though. Morph, wait. Morph. I think it's already happening anyway. Why I'm searching it if I have the bookmark? No idea. This was the previous way, but the previous way will never work, boys. And this one is also the previous way will never work. No, the point is, who is setting the mesh? Is someone setting the mesh because we need it, huh? So we need a set, we need a target set mesh, right? Which is the one that was called before, but then I removed. And the mesh name is... And the mesh name is this one, I think. Because this one is already there. Ah, no. No, is race something. Is race mesh info, get mesh name. Yes. Yes. Const char pointer. Why const char pointer? Fuck const char pointer. So we need to change the what was the name? I don't know. Ah, bookmark. Is this one race mesh name? No, but wait a second. There is another function though. No, wait a second. Wait a second. Set race mesh name. No, we need to call this one because it's already there, right? It's already available for us, so why I need to do it twice? No idea. There's no reason. This set mesh, fuck this set mesh. We don't need it. So this one is not needed anymore. Not needed anymore. I will just leave it here for a second, but I think it's not needed anymore, this thing. So we can do set rash mesh blah blah blah, that one. So this one will trigger the rep notify, right, on the target. And we are on the server side, so everything is good. So everything is good. And okay, so this one will trigger. This one will trigger, then we will go to the onRep notify. The onRep notify will do whatever it needs to do, which is to call this function. And this function, which is here, right? We don't need that because we know, because we are already on the target. So this one will trigger already on the target. So we know that the target is the target. The target is us. I mean, is our PS character. Are there any new free games? It's taking too much. GG. No free games. Okay, so now here we know. Now here what we know. Here we know that. What do you mean declaration is incompatible with? Because you didn't update it yet. Ah, that's fine. So here what we need to do, we need to get two things. We need to get the skeletal mesh, right? And we need to get the, so now here is the question though. How can I standardize this thing? Because for the rat will work, but for everything else it will not work. I think I need a huge if, you know? I need a huge if, because okay, the rat is named rat and his mesh is named rat. So everything is matching. But for everyone else, it's not like that because they have torso, legs, head, you know? I mean, we can make it parametric, but it will work only for creatures at the moment. So, yeah, for example, look at this. Rat walk 3. Rat walk 3 is already GG. It's already impossible. We need to rename it. We can rename it, it's not a problem. We can rename it in Unreal. The problem is that, again, it will work only for the creatures. And also, you see this uppercase and lowercase? This will break it already. This will break it already. Because if I do uppercase, I think it will not work. So, but apart from the case, I mean, the problem is not the case. The problem is everything else. Okay, let's see if the onRep notify works anyway, which is already a piece, you know? It's already a piece of the puzzle. So let's see if the onRep notify with a variable is correct. And target char will be me. Let me check my meat if it's freaking unfrozen now. Let's see. Now yes, huh? Now yes. Yes or no? The middle no? Fuck, what do you mean the middle no? Yeah, there's still a small part, but it's fine. We live with that. Okay. Yes, it is actually unfrozen now. And so I'm really cooking it. What do you mean one failed? What? What is protected? Set race mesh name is protected. I'm sorry, but I need it. Or I make admin manager a friend class, but I mean, there's no need. I mean, there's no reason this should be protected. Uh-oh. Disclaimer. Use this only from pre-game helper. Never use it in game. Use a set race info instead. Well, yes and no. I mean, okay. Okay, let me see. But set race info is basically setting the wall race. Is setting the wall race. Oh my god, there are so many disclaimers. Don't use this to change temporary race info, but only definitely. Okay. It doesn't want me to do this. It doesn't want me to do this. Because you want me to do it with this. You want me to do it with this. And why he wants to do that? Because then he wants to be able to go back at the original race, right? You want to be able to go back at the original race. The only problem of this is that I don't think I can rep notify on this thing. Right? Because this is my problem. I mean, I can, but then I think it will not work. I can do it on this, but I don't think I can. I can use property something that is not an unreal object, and that is not an unreal. By the way, what is that? Hey, it's an overridable race, but what is an overridable race? Hey, it's a full class, boys. It's a full class, which is basically pointing to a new race info that you keep on you temporarily while you are morphed, right? So this makes a lot of sense. Our only issue is that we need a rep notify on this. What I'm having for dinner? I'm having skewers. Skewers and French fries. Skewers. This. More like this. Kind of this. I'm starting to be hungry again. After the mozzarella, it was good, but now I'm hungry again. What I was doing? Ah, yes. I wanted to check if you can property. No, if you can replicate it. If you can replicate it using of a non U property. I mean, I can just put it in the code and it will just tell me no. Because I would need this class, you know, I would need this class to be the one that I rep notify, which is actually race, which is this one. So when this one is changing, I will need to, but I don't think I can do it, right? Will never work. So what do? I create another variable just for that, bro? Basically, it's this one. Instead of this, remember that this one was replicated, boys? Or we are doing big mistakes. So if I do this, what happens? What happens? It will tell me that it's not a recognized, Unreal thingy for sure. Yeah, unrecognized type and overridable race must be U class, U struct, or U enum. So, so I cannot do it this way, right? So or we replicate on this one that everyone is saying don't do it. Because I don't know why then, but no, I think it's I think we need to replicate on that one where he's saying don't do it. Is the easiest one. Is already a variable, is a string, is already our mesh. I mean, it's exactly what we need. I know that it's used only in the pre-game, but I know. It's compiling, boys. It's compiling. Okay. Okay, yeah, it's the protected member, but I think we will move it to non-protected, and for now we will use it like this. We see if we have any issue on that, but I don't think we will. And if we do, so let me move it to non-protected. And we will see, okay? Because never use in game. Yeah, I understand why he's saying this, because, and by the way, this is probably my comment, but never use it in game, because actually changing only the race is not changing all the other characteristics of the race, right? For example, the spawn points or stuff like that. But for example, the speed, right? The speed of the race, is a problem, because the speed of the race will change. Yes, the speed of the race will be different. So yeah, I mean, this technique, as we said, is the simplest technique, right? And I'm streaming. I'm streaming. Now someone is asking me if I'm busy. It's actually the artist that is working on the stuff. I think it's not bad. Wait a second. Sorry, I got distracted by this picture, and he's working on the. Why? One unresolved external. Yes. This one we don't have it anymore. And we can delete it. This one we can delete. Was the previous version without the rep notify, right? Let me just do something. Let me do something. I don't know where, but I think there should be some additional things somewhere. I don't know, like flowers on the ground, or you know. Maybe flowers on the ground there. Just trying to give some advice on how to improve the picture. Okay, this one compiled, which is great. Do we need to debug it? Okay, let's debug it, because maybe it will crash. I don't know. We just want to see now. We just want to see if it's doing exactly the same thing it was doing before. So basically, the transition to the rat should work. And now we just do it with rep notify, which is better, because the other clients will see it as well at the right time, and blah blah blah. So we just need to be sure that this is triggered, right? This is triggered, and then since this is triggered, this is triggered. But I think it will. Huh? I think we should have no reason to think that. We have no reason to think that he will not. What? Holy shit, why am I rat already? Huh? Because it's hard coded, so whatever race. Okay. Because it's hard coded, and so whatever race we play. Really? So it means that this code was executed. This code was executed already? No, I don't understand. Was executed on the client side because I didn't breakpoint, so was executed on the client anyway? Yes. I think it was executed on the client anyway. But why it was not executed on the server then? Fuck. Yeah, this may be a problem because actually we are calling that set race mesh, you know? We are calling the set race mesh. Probably, I mean, for sure in character creation, in character selection. For sure in the character selection we are calling this, but I'm wondering how is possible that is happening, and I don't see it here because it's client side. Maybe we can detect if we are coming from. We can detect if we are coming from the character creation. Strange though, because yeah, but for sure. But why didn't trigger? I don't know. I'm confused. Because it triggered only on the client. It triggered only on the client, huh? Bah. Okay, my food is ready, boys. My food is ready. I don't know, I think I can close the stream because I need to eat and do everything else, and yeah, maybe, boys. You know what? It's late enough. It's late enough. We did a pretty good stream. We transform into a rat, which is always an objective, you know, to discover that we have a second life in the future, which will be another animal. I think I can probably close the stream, go to eat, and then just go to sleep or do something else. I don't know, but I think we did quite a bit today. I mean, it was a bit of a back and forth, but it was not an easy problem to tackle, and I think I really need to think that if this way is the right way. Potentially. So I'm going to eat, and so I'm going to stop the stream. If you want, we can do a small raid. Let me see if someone is on. No one is on. GG. Can I search for Unreal Engine and see if someone is using Unreal Engine but is not telling me? This guy no. This guy no. This guy no. This guy no. These guys are all playing. I don't know. They have Unreal Engine as a tag or what? This guy has Unreal Engine as a tag. Is he using Unreal Engine for real or not? It looks like, I mean, I don't know, they are speaking about game development anyway, so maybe we can. Maybe we can, boys. Let's try to raid this guy and make our name known a bit more. Let's see. Goodbye, people. See you soon. Tomorrow. Bye bye. Enjoy. Enjoy.